Chapter 1196. From the moment he saw the tributary of the Tigris River, Wang Chong knew that this city would be even more difficult to take than he had imagined. In Wang Chong's hands, this city was even more powerful than the Arabs. It was even tougher and more difficult to take. On the battlefield of Talas, Wang Chong still needed to establish 2 steel defense lines to separate the Uzan, Western Turks, and Arabs, but there was no need for that here. A single river was enough for Wang Chong to complete his strategy. This was what the art of war referred to as attacking halfway across the river. Boom boom boom. The air boomed as the Wushang cavalry and Aswaran cataphracts charged through the open gates, sweeping through the Arabs. Swords and scimitars slashed down, throwing the Arabs into disarray. Some were thrown into the air by their horses, some were cut down by their blades, and some were killed or wounded. The formation of the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers was thrown into chaos. With the Wushang cavalry and Aswaran cataphracts leading the charge, the Khorasani and rebel soldiers followed closely behind, charging at the Arabs on the eastern bank of the Tigris River like a massive wave. And this was not the end. On the high walls, Wang Chong stomped down, unleashing 2 powerful war halos that spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire battlefield and bolstering the feet of every Arab soldier. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mikir Clang Clang Clang. With a metallic clatter, the war halos of at least half of the Arabs began to flicker like candles in the wind, and in just a few moments, they began to fall off. The bane of the battlefield halo. The bane of generals halo. After unleashing these 2 war halos, Wang Chong immediately stomped down and fired off a third. This time, however, the target was the Wushang cavalry instead of the Arabs. The halo of Dusk Stallion. When Wang Chong imbued the 3 halos of Dusk Stallion on the Wushang cavalry, the several thousand Wushang cavalry were like tigers that had grown wings. Their speed, strength, and dexterity were greatly boosted, and their strength soared. Rumble. The Arabs had already been finding it very difficult to resist, and now they were even more routed. Ah! A stalwart Arab horseman bellowed as he was struck by a Wushang horseman. Both he and his horse were thrown 10-some meters into the air, their chests caved in and their organs shattered. In all directions there were countless people who were sent flying into the sky like this. Bastard! On the west bank of the Tigris River, the 3 titans of black radiance were utterly infuriated by the sight of the Tang, Khorasani, and rebels surging out of the city, their corpses piling up into mountains and their blood flowing into rivers. Governor, hear my order. Immediately move out and kill those Khorasani survivors and Eastern infidels. Before he finished speaking, a gale surged, and the giant black capes behind the 3 black radiants suddenly unfurled. The 3 of them rose into the air almost at the same time. Boom! Amidst the intense neighing of horses, the air suddenly caved in, and 6 deep hoofprints appeared uniformly. The formless, and impenetrable air was like solid ground beneath the feet of the 3 titans of black radiance. Not only that, but the moment the 3 of them stepped out, the 12 powerful hooves of the 3 black armored warhorses simultaneously ignited a raging black flame, making the 3 of them look like devil gods from the end of the world. Clang! A black war halo shot out like frost. The head of Obsidian grabbed the reins and was the first to leap out, heading for the wall on the opposite side. Behind him, the others flew out at the same time. Haha, it's time to move out. Wang Chong chuckled, his hair flying in the wind. Before anyone else could do anything, bang! His body leaped off the walls of Khorasan, and as soon as he touched the ground, he began to accelerate toward the 3 titans of black radiance. Great Inyang heaven creation art! Wang Chong was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and as he shot forward, the air around his shoulders rumbled as the illusions of 2 suns and moons appeared. A moment later, the air began to howl, with Wang Chong at the center of the battlefield. Even the horses of the 3 titans of black radiance were affected, their bodies swaying and on the verge of falling out of the sky. Directly below Wang Chong, the blood of the Arab horsemen was being sucked out of their bodies, transforming into a bloody mist that surged toward Wang Chang's body. Damn it! The three titans of black radiance couldn't help but grimace at this sight. Boom! A black spear as thick as a child's arm smashed down, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged in every direction, clashing with Wang Chang's terrifying suction force. Careful! The moment the head of black radiance froze the air, a frantic shout came from his side. The head of black radiance raised his head and was immediately alarmed by what he saw. In a nearby flash of light, the young commander of the Tang dynasty had recovered. What shocked the head of black radiance the most was that there were three identical versions of Wang Chong. Even someone of Fadi's cultivation level was unable to tell which one was real and which one was fake. This is impossible. Just what sort of technique is this? The head of black radiance's Fadi's brows rose in shock. Illusion techniques were not particularly high-level techniques, but illusions that could fool an imperial great general were extremely rare. In all his years of campaigning, Fadi had never encountered such a situation. Kill him! After their initial shock, the three titans quickly calmed down. Hong, the three big shots gripped their spears and attacked at the same time. Three enormous destructive forces suddenly burst forth from their bodies and fiercely pierced into the air. At that moment, space itself seemed to be torn apart. Bang bang! Two of Wang Chang's clones popped like bubbles. At this moment, an earth-shattering noise was heard. Great destruction art! Black radiance corrosion! In the blink of an eye, the two massive, destructive golden torrents collided heavily in the void. Boom! In a flash of light, the head of black radiance, Fadi bellowed as he and his horse were thrown several dozen zhang by Wang Chong, from the eastern shore of the Tigris River to the western shore. Boom! An invisible wave of energy exploded as Fadi's horse stomped on the ground, neighing and swaying several times before finally stabilizing itself. Half the battlefield was deathly still, and on the western shore of the Tigris River, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The Empire's white corpse, Hewler, was a powerful and illustrious governor of the Empire, and the three titans of black radiance had far surpassed him in fame, prestige, and strength. Not even governor of the East Abu Muslim could compare. No one had expected that Fadi would be thrown several dozen zhang away by a single blow from Wang Chong. In terms of strength, he had been completely suppressed by this youth of the Tang people. This wave of Arab commanders truly is much more formidable. In the air, Wang Chong stretched his arms and legs, but he did not pursue. Ever since he had broken into the great general level, his strength had skyrocketed. There were very few experts that could compare to him, much less defeat him. Not even the three titans of black radiance were a match for him, but they were still top-class governors of the Arabian Empire. Even Wang Chong would find it very difficult to kill them in a short time. Bastard! Let's kill him together. The moment Wang Chong stepped into the air rumbled as he sensed extreme danger from behind him. At almost the same time, the other two titans of black radiance and blade of black radiance gripped their spears and charged at him from two completely different directions. Ha ha ha, you want to bully me with numbers? Chonger, let me help you. Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly resounded above their heads. Before the voice faded away, an enormous and unstoppable aura wrapped in tens of thousands of airflows poured down from the sky. Who is this? Careful! Feeling this terrifying aura, Imran and Farrell were both horrified. The young commander that had appeared before them was already very powerful, but the martial artist above them was actually even more powerful than him. With no time to think, the two of them mustered all their strength and shot upward. Rumble! In an instant, there was an earth-shattering explosion as the three destructive forces collided heavily in the air. But before the first wave had even subsided, Wang Chong unleashed a palm that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom! 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 In a flash, the air exploded, sending shockwaves several hundred zhang high into the air. The thousands of Arab cavalry on the ground didn't even have time to scream before they were pulverized. Amidst the destructive airwaves, two figures flew out like cannonballs. Damn it! In midair, Imran and Faras burst out two war halos in succession and managed to stabilize themselves with great difficulty, but both of their faces had become extremely pale. Although the two of them had managed to resist the combined attacks of Wang Chong and the evil emperor in that fierce clash, their internal organs had suffered significant damage. These bastards! It seems like the information was correct. Several extremely formidable experts truly did come to Khorasan this time. No wonder someone as powerful as Qutayba died to them. But no matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to escape unscathed. Everyone, hear my order! Attack! The voices of the three titans of black radiance echoed over the Tigris River, and then the three of them once more charged forward. Behind them, one Arab governor after another flew over the Tigris River and toward Wang Chong's group. 6, 7, 8, 9, 20 Arab governors and many generals were charging toward Khorasan. Chapter 1197. Wang Chong, I've come to help you. In a fierce gale, a figure descended from the walls like a large bird. Chief Wushang, wielding his cane, was extremely conspicuous. After the Battle of Talas, with the help of Wang Chong and the other generals, the old village chief and the evil emperor had both recovered from the battle and regained their former strength. 8 Ultimate Sunderings Art. At almost the same time, Gao Xianji unsheathed his sword and flew down from the walls. Ocean Ring. A loud roar resounded through the heavens, accompanied by the roar of the tide. Qing Qianli also jumped down from the walls, the ocean ring in his hand. Earlier, Wang Chong had killed Ziad and obtained the ocean ring. In the end, after everyone had tested it, they had realized that Qing Qianli was most compatible with the ocean ring, so they had left it for him to use. Although Qing Qianli no longer had the supreme desolation god, he had the ocean ring, allowing him to rise to the ranks of great generals. Bahram, Ebni, and the other rebel leaders charged down from the walls in the face of the onslaught of Arab governors, brigadier generals, and other generals. Not long after this battle had begun, it had become a top-class battle between great generals. The sky above the battlefield on the east bank of the Tigris River quickly became dangerous. Airwaves were like ocean waves, crashing, colliding, and roaring in the void. All kinds of martial arts and weapons flashed in the void. The various forces cooperated with each other and attacked together. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Nay! Suddenly, a fierce screech came from below. An Arab governor glanced down and instantly grimaced. "My lords, it's bad. Our army can't hold on for much longer." Beneath the majestic walls of Khorasan, countless people of the Tang dynasty, Khorasani, and rebel armies were charging through the Arab soldiers, killing their way along the walls and the edges of the battlefield. While the three titans of black radiance, Hewler, and the other Arab governors were engaged in fierce battle with Wang Chong's forces, the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and the rebel army of the various regions, under the leadership of Cui Piaoqi, Li Sai, and the King Gonka, had completed the encirclement of the 200,000 Arab soldiers and was beginning to encircle them. In the rear, soldiers were still pouring out of the open gates of Khorasan. If this continued, the battle between the three titans of black radiance, Hewler, and Wang Chong would not even be over before the 200,000 Arab soldiers on the eastern shore were completely wiped out. Retreat! All troops, retreat! The three titans of black radiance looked down at this sight, their pupils constricting and their faces paling. The Tigris River on the western side of Khorasan had become the Arab army's fatal weakness. In normal circumstances, the Tang dynasty would never try to outflank the Arabs while they still had 500,000 soldiers on the other side of the river. But the Tigris River made it extremely difficult for the Arabs to send reinforcements. Thus, even the 500,000 soldiers on the western shore were powerless to do anything. You only thought of this now? Cui Piaoqi, Li Sai, King Gonka, hear my order! All soldiers, pull back and exterminate the Arabs! Wang Chong, standing in the air, could clearly hear these words. Keeping one's eyes and ears open to all directions was an essential quality for a general. While Wang Chong was battling with the three titans of black radiance, he had already taken care of everything. By the time the Arabs noticed, Wang Chong had already finished his preparations, encircling all the Arab soldiers on the eastern shore of the Tigris River. Boom boom boom. With Wang Chong's order, the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and other rebel armies instantly tightened into a fishing net and began to charge at the Arabs from every direction. Bang bang bang. In just a few moments, groups of Arab cavalry were cut down like weed. No matter how they struggled, they were unable to resist. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, the rate at which the Arabs were being routed was much faster than expected. One side had come prepared and was attacking in an orderly fashion, while the other side was in a state of panic, not even knowing where the attacks were coming from. Defeat was like a landslide. In the highest level battles in the sky, the Arabs could still hold their own against the Tang, even holding a slight advantage, but on the ground it was a completely different matter. Kill the soldiers they've surrounded and open a path of retreat for the main army. Hong Long, a wave of black energy descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into the midst of a rebel army. In an instant, explosions filled the sky as countless Revolutionary Army soldiers were blasted into pieces and sent flying into the sky. The head of Black Radiance, Fadi, was the first to descend to the ground. At the same time, Hewler and the other Arab governors descended to help attack the Tang dynasty army by the Tigris River. With the cooperation of these governors, the Arabs quickly opened a path to the western shore, and the soldiers scrambled to board the warships and retreat to the western shore. Go! Let's go! An Arab horseman had a panicked expression on his face as he stepped onto a small warship and began to flee in panic toward the western shore of the Tigris River. Behind them, more and more Arab soldiers were surging through the gap to the west. Retreat! Retreat at full speed! The Arab army was in chaos. Fars, Gumadan, lead your armies to cover the rear. Don't let the Tang people charge over. The Empire's White Corps, Hewler, suddenly landed on the ground and ordered two nearby Arab governors wrapped in heavy black armor. But before Hewler could finish speaking, boom! In the rear of the army, a massive dragon banner suddenly appeared in the open gate of Khorasan, and beneath it, a muscular figure like a mountain strode out of the gate. Behind him, metal clattered as one army after another surged forward with unstoppable momentum toward the Arab army. The Divine Martial Army, the Dragon Stallion Army, the Divine Prison Army, the Azure Martial Army, the Tongluo Cavalry. These top-class armies of the Tang dynasty entered the battlefield. Clang! There was a flash of cold light, and before an Arab horseman could react, he was cleaved in two along with his horse by a Divine Martial Army soldier. Boom boom! 1, 2, 3 As the Tang dynasty mobilized its top-class armies, wave after wave of Arab soldiers were felled. These Tang soldiers were like sharp swords that reaped the lives of the Arab cavalry. Countless horsemen charged forward, but they were like ants trying to shake a tree against the sharpness of top-class armies like the Divine Martial Army and Divine Prison Army. The moment they charged forward, they were cut down and dropped to the ground. 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 Although the Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, and Dragon Stallion Army were dismounted, they were able to advance faster than all the cavalry. Aya! Screams filled the air. This was the first time the armies of the interior of the Arabian Empire had experienced the power of the top-class armies of the Tang dynasty. The pressure and momentum they exerted were unimaginable. The Arab army had already been at an absolute disadvantage, and now that the Black Armored Guard had led the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, and other elite armies into the fray, the Arabs were in an even worse predicament. They were truly on the verge of a landslide, with no hope of recovery. Everyone, retreat at full speed. Hewler clenched his teeth at this sight. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on any hope and order his army to retreat at full speed. Boom! A horn blared from the camp on the other side of the river. This time it was a true retreat. The moment the horn blared, the Tang dynasty's Khorassani and the rebel armies began to roar as they accelerated their encirclement. Thump thump thump. One pale-faced corpse after another dropped to the ground. In just a few moments, 110,000 of the 200,000 soldiers that had reached the eastern shore of the Tigris River had been killed. Moreover, the vast sea of Tang dynasty soldiers, Khorassani, and rebel armies continued to push forward. The space was getting smaller and smaller, and not even the warships were able to ferry all the Arabs and cavalry. Finally, splash! Splash! In a panic, the Arab cavalry and their horses hurriedly plunged into the icy and turbulent Tigris River. They were swept downstream by the current. Behind him, 2, 3, 4 tens of thousands of Arab cavalry, driven into the river by the Tang army, jumped into the river. Jumping into the river only had a certain chance of death, and the chances of survival were rather high. But if they were pursued by the Tang people and Khorassani, they would be doomed. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 more and more soldiers jumped into the river and swam to the other shore, but even more were fleeing. In just a few moments, all the Arab soldiers on the eastern shore had either jumped into the river or boarded warships and retreated to the other shore. At the same time, the three titans of black radiance, Hewler, and all the Arab governors and generals soared into the air, either on the surface of the river or through the air. All of them headed for the opposite shore. "Let's stop here." When they were still some distance from the river, Wang Chong waved his hand to stop them. The Tigris River was a double-edged sword. It could be used to deal with the Arabs, but it could also be used to restrain the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, in the heart of the Arabian Empire, the Tang dynasty had the initiative. The ones who truly needed to break this stalemate were the Arabs, not the Tang dynasty. Retreat. Chapter 1198. My lord, what do we do? On the other side of the Tigris River, countless Arab soldiers emerged from the icy waters in fright. On the shore, Hewler unwillingly turned to the head of Black Radiance, Fadi. "It's too late," Fadi gloomily said. He raised his head and looked up. The sky was dark and gloomy, with only a faint light shining through. Unknowingly, it was already night time. In these circumstances, no matter how unwilling Fadi was, he could only give up and wait for tomorrow to fight. "Has the army led by Jalil still not arrived?" Fadi turned to look at a general behind him. "My lord, Lord Jalil is already traveling at full speed, but the weather is cold and the steel bridges are too heavy. As a result, the journey has been somewhat delayed and will probably only arrive tomorrow morning." The Arab general lowered his head and bowed. A hint of anger flickered through Fadi's eyes at these words. For this siege, the Arabs had mobilized almost all of their forces, and they had made far more preparations than many people had imagined. In their original strategy, the Arabs had prepared a large number of steel bridges to cross the river. But Fadi believed that they already had a large number of warships, so there was no need to wait for these bulky steel bridges. Fadi had never imagined that his decision would cause his army to pay such a grievous price. "Send an order to Galil, tell him to march quickly. I must see those steel bridges crossing the river by daybreak tomorrow," Fadi said without turning his head. "This general will go." The general behind him bowed and said, "In addition, Hewler, write a letter for me to His Majesty the Caliph. Tell him that our top-class soldiers are far from enough. I hope that His Majesty can dispatch even more great generals to exterminate the Tang people. In addition, if possible, I request that His Majesty send Governor Ansari to assist the soldiers of Khorasan." Fadi said. "Buzz." Hewler's body trembled at the mention of Ansari's name, his eyes going wide. In the Arabian Empire, Ansari's name was like the noon sun, and he was probably not much inferior to Qutayba. In Arabia, Ansari and Qutayba had been known as the twin heroes of Arabia, but in the struggle for the position of war god, Ansari had lost to Qutayba. In a moment of rage, he had withdrawn from the army. Qutayba had spent all these years leading his army into battle, immersing himself in the joy of conquest. As for Ansari, in order to defeat Qutayba and wash away his shame, he had been cultivating in seclusion. After so many years of suffering, there were rumors in the outside world that Ansari's strength had already surpassed Qutayba's. Some people had once seen Ansari, but a single glance was enough to make them shiver in fear and lose the will to fight. An ordinary rumor would have been ignored, but the speaker was an Arab governor. When this news spread, it sent shockwaves through all of Arabia. However, Ansari had a cruel personality that was even worse than Qutayba's, and he would even attack his allies at times. Almost no one in the empire wanted to have too much of a relationship with Ansari. That's right, there's also the governor of death of the southern war zone, Adil. Transfer him over as well. We don't need any other soldiers. We only need them, the blood of Black Filas suddenly said. But Lord Adil is currently dealing with the Wadler people in the south and the peasant rebels. He has no time to spare, Hewler said, his voice tinged with hesitation. Although Arabia was extremely powerful, it also had many enemies that they needed to defend. The more countries they conquered, the more resistance they would encounter. This was also why Arabia could not mobilize all its governors at once. Although the enemies around Arabia were not as powerful as the Tang dynasty, there were many more weak and resisting factions. This was also why Arabia had been forced to station many soldiers in various places. Although Adil was powerful, his position was extremely important and could not be easily mobilized. It won't be too much of a problem if he's only gone for around 10 days. In addition, could the tribes in the south be stronger than the 200,000 soldiers in Khorasan? Filas sternly said. Hewler lowered his head in silence. The threat from the east this time was far greater than any of the factions on Arabia's border, perhaps even greater than all of them combined. In addition, although the Tang dynasty only had 200,000 soldiers in total, which was not a large number, everyone had witnessed the strength they had displayed. Before the battle had even begun, Arabia had already lost 200,000 soldiers. This was something that no other faction on Arabia's border could accomplish. Understood. I'll do it right away, Hewler sternly said. The 3 titans of Black Radiance reported the names of 10 some Arab governors, and Hewler recorded them all. A few moments later, an Arabian hunting falcon took to the air and flew off in the direction of Baghdad. Hewler, pass on my order. When all the steel bridges arrive tomorrow, immediately cross the river and launch an all-out assault. Kill all the Tang people and Khorasani in the city. Leave no one alive. Yes. As the night darkened and the Arabs retreated, Khorasan fell into a state of tranquility. The weather was getting colder and colder, and no one noticed that a thin layer of frost was slowly forming along the steep walls of Khorasan. The weather was even colder than it had been in the early morning. At this moment, Khorasan was ablaze with lanterns. The battle for the day had ended, and the Tang dynasty had made a small sacrifice in exchange for a massive victory. But it was still far from over. Lord Protector General, what should we do next? Although the Arabs have already retreated, these losses are far from enough to deal them a serious blow. Shi Yuanqing turned to Wang Chong, his expression somewhat grave, as he spoke from a corner of the hall. Moreover, based on the Arabs' usual style of battle, they've suffered in the battle of the day. I'm afraid that they'll be even more prepared in the next wave of attacks, and their attacks will be even fiercer. Not only that, I'm worried that they'll summon even more experts and soldiers. After all, this place is too close to Baghdad. Cheng Qianli also spoke, his expression extremely grim. This was not the first time they had clashed with the Arabs. In the Battle of Talas, they had believed that they had pushed back the Arabs, but in the end, the Arabs had received an endless stream of reinforcements. Every time they pushed back one wave, another would come, and each wave was getting stronger and stronger. Not only that, in this wave, even more rebel soldiers should have come to Khorasan to reinforce us. But I've received news that all the rebel soldiers on the Arabs' border have been severely suppressed. I sense that the Arabs are thinking of ways to mobilize even more border soldiers to deal with us. To the Arabs and the Caliph, we've already become a serious problem. Bahram's voice was heavy. It's simply impossible for us to fight against all of Arabia with just 200,000 soldiers. This is impossible. General, without the reinforcements of the Tang dynasty, we will not be able to contend against them. General, do you really think that we can stop this wave? With these last words, Bahram looked worriedly at Wang Chong. The Tang dynasty was too far from Khorasan, and Wang Chong had long ago told him that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements would never arrive, at least not so quickly. But Wang Chong had revealed on more than one occasion that they could stop the Arab assault, and he was extremely confident that they had a plan in mind and something to rely on. But Bahram truly couldn't understand what Wang Chong was relying on. He had originally believed that Wang Chong was trying to keep it a secret, but he hadn't expected that not even Gao Xianji or Qing Qianli would know. Buzz. Bahram's words instantly caused everyone in the hall to focus on Wang Chong. Even the usually reticent black-armored guard looked over. All of them were looking at Wang Chong, trust and expectation on their faces. At this point in the battle, Wang Chong had become the pillar of support for everyone. Even Gao Xianji, an experienced Anxi protector general, had unwittingly begun to place a great deal of trust in Wang Chong. Haha, I've already taken care of everything. Before daybreak tomorrow, everything will be clear. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Everyone in the room was stunned by Wang Chong's words. With so many Arab soldiers outside the city and so many imperial great generals, it was already quite difficult for them to hold off this wave. For Wang Chong to say that they could finish off the Arab army before daybreak was simply unbelievable. Anyone else would have taken them to be a madman, but since it was Wang Chong, no matter how crazy he was, they believed that Wang Chong was serious. The meeting quickly came to an end. Out of their trust in Wang Chong and the knowledge that he had already made arrangements, no one asked any more questions. Time slowly passed, and the temperature grew colder and colder. Even though the two sides had stopped fighting, the Tigris River was still a matter of tension both inside and outside the city. To the southeast of Khorasan, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged in a lavishly decorated hall with a dome-shaped roof. A single candle was lit, and in the dim light, Wang Chong sat cross-legged. It was late at night, and all was quiet inside and outside of Khorasan. Other than the rushing of the Tigris River and the neighing of Ney's horse, there was nothing else. Time slowly passed. Although he couldn't see anything, Wang Chong could sense that everyone in the city was silently watching and waiting for him. But few people knew that Wang Chong was also waiting for that matter to arrive. Thump, thump, thump. As he was thinking, someone knocked on his door. Enter. Chapter 1199. The door to the room opened, and the gray-robed Zhang Shouji walked in. Marquis, it's the appointed time. Pass on the order. Proceed according to the plan. After a few moments of silence, Wang Chong nodded. Regardless of whether or not that event would occur, Wang Chong had to make complete preparations. Moreover, it was already close to the Z period. If that event really did occur and he did not make sufficient preparations, he might be caught off guard. Understood. This old man will go and make the arrangements. Zhang Shouji nodded and quickly withdrew from Wang Chong's room. A few moments later, the tranquil city of Khorasan was abuzz with chatter and chatter. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Arab camp, separated only by a river, were silent. The night was so cold that even the sneezes of the war horses were white. The weather was getting colder and colder, and this winter seemed to be much colder than the winters of the past. But to the Arab soldiers who cultivated in martial arts, it was still within the limits of endurance. Although the cold was heavy, the baleful aura of the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers was even heavier. At the very front of the camp, all the Arab commanders had gathered, gazing at the majestic city of Khorasan. To the army, nothing was important other than capturing the city and killing the Tang people, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers. Bang! Suddenly, a hubbub erupted from Khorasan, immediately attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? At the very front, the head of Black Radiance, Fadi, raised his head and looked at Khorasan. "My lord, are these Tang people planning to attack?" An aide next to him said. "Impossible." Before the aide could finish, a deep and resounding voice came from the side. The blood of Black Radiance, Faraz, shook his head and immediately rejected the idea. "These Tang people and Khorasani soldiers are simply not enough to launch an attack on us. Moreover, once they do, the Tigris River will become a massive obstacle. Forcefully attacking is suicide." "But what are they trying to do?" The Empire's White Corpse, Hewler, also said. The three of them stood side by side, their expressions constantly shifting. The activity in Khorasan was far too strange. Everyone could see that the city was brightly lit, but the gates of Khorasan were tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. Time passed slowly, and all the soldiers received their orders. They were all on standby, ready to deal with any possible emergencies. Other than being brighter and hotter, everything in Khorasan was the same as before. Even the raucous chatter rapidly faded away. "What are these guys doing?" An Arab general muttered to himself in the dense Arab camp, his words echoing the thoughts in everyone's mind. Even powerful governors like Fadi, Faraz, and Hewler were confused. They couldn't figure out what the Tang people were up to. If the Tang people weren't going to attack, what was the point of making such a big commotion? "Pass down my order. The army is to be on full alert. Everyone else is to rest. In addition, prepare to attack the city at daybreak," Fadi sternly said. His words were quickly spread throughout the army. Khorasan quickly calmed down. Wang Chong sat motionlessly in his room. Several hours had passed, but the event Wang Chong had been waiting for still had not occurred. Other than the fact that Khorasan had grown colder, there was nothing strange about it. At some point, it was the Z period, and Wang Chong's brow began to crease. "Impossible. Did I make a mistake in my calculations? That thing won't happen." Wang Chong's expression was calm, but he was beginning to feel uneasy. If nothing unexpected had happened, the event he had been waiting for should have already occurred, but Wang Chong had still seen no signs of it. After being reborn twice, many things had changed and deviated greatly because of his own reasons. The King of Song had not been demoted, the Southwest had not been lost, and not only had Talas not been lost, it had been won. Everything was completely different from his memories. Could it be that the matter had been completely changed because of his interference? Wang Chong's brow was creasing tighter and tighter. If that event disappeared because of him, then at daybreak, the Tang dynasty would have to face the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers on the other side of the Tigris River, many governors and generals, and even more reinforcements. Just as Bahram had said, this was using the strength of a corner to contend against the entire empire. This would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle, and the chances of victory were minuscule. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a little vexed and anxious. He almost subconsciously picked up the teacup on the table and prepared to take a sip. But the moment he brought the teacup to his lips, Wang Chong heard a cracking sound. This sound was almost inaudible, but it was like a peal of thunder in Wang Chong's ears. Wang Chong's eyes widened as he subconsciously lowered his head to look. A moment later, a shocking sight occurred. In the teacup, on the surface of the calm tea, a thin layer of ice was covering the entire surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, the frost was constantly spreading, rapidly deepening and thickening. Whoosh! A cold gust of wind blew in through the slightly ajar door. Wherever the cold wind blew, the walls of the room were visibly covered in a layer of white frost. Even the teacup in Wang Chong's hand was covered in a fine layer of ice. Ah! Cries of alarm came from outside the door, but they only lasted for a few moments before fading away. It's here. Wang Chong seemed to understand something. Turning his head, he strode to the door and opened it with a creak. Boom! At this moment it was like he had gone from one world to another. A blizzard blew past, and Wang Chong's body was immediately covered in a thin layer of frost, including his hair and the tip of his nose. Outside the door, flames were blazing. Wang Chong had ordered Zhang Shouji, Banahan, and the other craftsmen to light many fires in Khorasan, and these furnaces were constantly spewing smoke into the sky. The heat exuded by these furnaces and bonfires combined to make the night of Khorasan less cold, but now all these flames seemed to be suppressed by some invisible energy, and the light of the furnaces rapidly dimmed. Oh! A gust of wind blew past, and 10 paces from Wang Chong, the fire in a furnace went out and froze. The furnace that had been heating up rapidly became icy cold, and then its surface was covered in a layer of white frost. 1 furnace, 2 furnaces, 3 furnaces. The moment Wang Chong stepped out of the room, more and more furnaces were extinguished. In just a few moments, the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees, and it was continuing to drop at an astonishing rate. As far as Wang Chong could see, a layer of white frost was rapidly enveloping the earth, and as the blizzard howled, his vision was soon reduced to a hazy white. Nay. A few moments later, Wang Chong suddenly heard the neighing of Nei's horses and the cries of soldiers in the distance. Across the Tigris River and the walls of Khorasan, the Arab camp was in chaos. Wang Chong, you're here. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in his ear as Gao Xianji strode out of the blizzard. The weather has changed, and the temperature is rapidly dropping. This sort of weather is extremely disadvantageous to us. Behind him, Cheng Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Lu Xi, and the others walked over. What a heavy blizzard! When we arrived, we saw that the walls were already covered in ice. Lord Protector General, what should we do now? Cheng Qianli asked. The snowstorm came too suddenly, and the temperature dropped very quickly. Furthermore, it was still dropping. Even Cheng Qianli felt that something was wrong, let alone the others. The temperature was dropping too quickly, not just 1 or 2 degrees, but 10 degrees. If this continued, the ordinary soldiers would soon find it unbearable. Haha, there's no need to worry. I've already made preparations. This sudden drop in temperature is a blessing, not a curse. To their surprise, Wang Chong was not the slightest bit worried. On the contrary, his face lit up with joy. He abruptly turned his head and looked at a certain place in the night sky. There seemed to be a profound meaning in his eyes. Gao Xianji, Cheng Qianli, and the others were stunned at first, and then they subconsciously followed Wang Chong's gaze. When they saw where Wang Chong was looking, their bodies trembled in understanding. A blizzard! This was admittedly a problem for the Tang people, Sassanids, and rebel soldiers, but it was a true disaster for the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers camped out in the open. At that moment, everyone understood what was going on. So, Wang Chong, is this the opportunity you spoke of? Gao Xianji and Wang Chong stood side by side, gazing at the blizzard and the ever-thickening frost. Wang Chong nodded. The blizzard he had been waiting for had finally arrived, and there was no need to hide anything. The Little Ice Age. This thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed up at the blizzard. Other than himself, no one else, not even Gao Xianji or Bahram, knew what this blizzard signified. This was no ordinary snowstorm, nor was it any ordinary harsh winter. When a country is on the verge of destruction, a monster must appear. Before any calamity, there would always be signs and phenomena. Not long ago, the black eclipse of the sun over the city of Talas was the beginning of this calamity. Chapter 1200. After this snowstorm, in less than 2 or 3 years, an unprecedented cold wave would sweep down from the far north, creating an unprecedented cold winter. This was a dreadful cold that occurred once every several hundred years. It would not last for 1 or 2 months, nor would it last for 5 or 6 months. It would last for more than 10 months. All the plants in the lands beyond the Great Wall would freeze to death, and millions of livestock would perish. Only a scant few would be able to survive this harsh cold. And it was precisely this harsh cold that led to an even greater calamity, a series of upheavals and darkness. This series of events was known in history as the Little Ice Age. Other than those who had experienced it, no one else knew just how frightening this cold was. Cack-lack. As they were speaking, the temperature dropped once more, and everyone standing in front of Wang Chong's room could hear a massive boom. This was the sound of another thick layer of ice forming on the walls of Khorasan, a sound that would make anyone's heart tremble in fear. Lord Protector General, the temperature is dropping extremely rapidly. Take all the soldiers of the Anxi Protectorate Army and hurry into the underground caves and cellars. Wang Chong suddenly turned his head to Gao Xianji. What? Everyone was dumbfounded by Wang Chong's words. Underground caves and cellars? Wang Chong had even prepared these things? But Wang Chong had never mentioned them before. I've already taken care of everything. If Milord didn't come, Kong Xian and the others would have already gone to inform you. In addition, I've already had Banahan, the King Gaonka, and Chui Piaoqi pass down the order. All the wool and cotton clothes have been distributed to the soldiers. After putting them on, they can enter the underground caves and cellars. The temperature there will be much higher and warmer than on the surface. Wang Chong indifferently said to the Anxi generals. Before he could finish speaking, Qing Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, Lu Shi, and the other Anxi generals had their mouths wide open, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even Go Xianji was visibly moved. No one had expected such a terrible cold. That was why Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the others hurriedly went to find Wang Chong. But they didn't expect that while they were still thinking about how to deal with it, Wang Chong had already arranged everything properly. In addition, Bahram should have already sent people to inform the people of the city. This severe winter will be much more terrifying than what we can imagine and what we can see right now. It will also last for a much longer period of time. This is just the beginning, Wang Chong solemnly said. Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the other Anxi generals were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Not even the sages of ancient times could determine victory from 1,000 li away. But Wang Chong had already surpassed the realm of the sages. For a moment, all of them felt a supreme reverence, like the person standing before them was not a person, but an unfathomable god. Gao Xianji quickly left with his generals, and all the arrangements that Wang Chong had made were swiftly carried out. The howling of the blizzard grew louder and louder, filling the entire world. And in the midst of the raging blizzard, all of Khorasan was abnormally quiet. Marquis. A few moments later, a voice came out of the blizzard. Li Sai, with his massive sword on his back, swiftly walked out of the blizzard with Chui Piaoqi, Kong Xian, the King Gaonka, and Su Han. In just a few moments, the temperature had plummeted. Their hair, beards, shoulders, and arms were covered in a thick layer of frost, and the temperature had already dropped to -40-some degrees. Even people like Li Sai and Su Han felt a slight chill, let alone the others. The Z period of the day was when the temperature dropped the most and was also the coldest. Almost all the blizzards and hail began to sprout at this time. In this bitter cold, even ordinary soldiers could not withstand it. Although they had also cultivated astral energy, that level of astral energy simply could not withstand this cold for a long time. Almost all the ordinary soldiers were wearing cotton-padded or woolen clothes and hiding in the cellars. Those that could still move on the ground were the elite. All the soldiers have been recruited and are ready to go. Marquis, when are we going to attack? Li Sai's body was as straight as a mountain, his eyes suffused with a strong desire to fight. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. This blizzard was simply unprecedented, and everyone was trying to avoid it. But this also provided the army with an excellent opportunity. In the art of war, the right time, the right place, and the right people were all working together. This was something that Wang Chong had always taught them, and this sudden blizzard was the best opportunity to attack the Arabs. Li Sai's words instantly silenced everyone. Kong Xian, Su Hanzhan, Huang Batian, and the King Gonka all turned to Wang Chong, awaiting his order. As they waited, the surroundings grew quieter and quieter. The panicked shouts of the Arabs could be clearly heard through the high walls, and not even the blizzard could suppress them. The Arabs had been too careless. This abrupt change in weather had left them completely dumbfounded, and their army of hundreds of thousands had been caught completely unprepared. The panicked shouts and neighing of their horses were the best proof of this. According to Wang Chong's orders, the most elite soldiers had already been recruited and were ready to charge out at any time to deal a fatal blow to the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers outside the city in this extremely rare weather. There's no rush. To everyone's surprise, Wang Chong waved his hand and rejected their proposals. Wait a little longer. Now is not the time to strike. These words were completely different from what they had expected, leaving them all dumbfounded. But Marquis, based on what we've seen, the Arabs are already preparing to retreat after this sudden change. If we don't move now, we might lose this golden opportunity. We might just watch as they flee and lose our best chance to attack. Kong Xian argued, an unwilling expression on his face. The duty of a general was to fight. If they did not use this chance to deal with the Arabs outside the walls, once the winter passed, they might come back. At that time, the Tang dynasty might not have a chance to defeat them. Although Su Hanzhan and Cui Piaoqi said nothing, their eyes were also filled with doubt. Speed was paramount in war, and the longer they waited, the more Arabs would flee. It's not that simple. The Arabs won't be able to escape. Wang Chong's eyes focused and became sharp. His every movement exuded a powerful confidence, as if nothing in the world could escape his control. To the east of Khorasan is a blizzard, and the ground is frozen. Even if they want to escape, they won't be able to get very far. An army of 600,000 to 700,000 won't be that easy to escape. Moreover, the longer we wait, the more they will die, and the weaker their resistance will be. Moreover, their formation will fall into disarray. That will be the best time for our attack. Everyone was stunned by Wang Chong's words. This general will deliver this order. They quickly bowed and acknowledged the order. In this aspect, they were still far inferior to Wang Chong in the art of war. Li Sai and the others quickly withdrew, leaving Wang Chong alone in the blizzard. Time slowly passed, and while Khorasan was quiet, the Arab camp was in chaos. "Milord, this storm is too strong, and the temperature is dropping too fast and too low. The soldiers simply can't hold on. The provisions we brought with us have all been frozen, and the war horses are all stiff and paralyzed. Milord, we can't hold on any longer." Amidst the raging blizzard, the generals were panicking and shouting at the top of their lungs. However, their voices were completely scattered by the blizzard. This development had come too quickly and abruptly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. At the very front of the army, the three titans of black radiance stood side by side, an invisible barrier of energy exuding from their bodies, repelling the blizzard and the bitter cold. The three of them said nothing. Although they did their utmost to maintain their composure, the gloominess and grimness in the depths of their eyes revealed their true emotions. How could this be? Fadi's eyes flashed as he stared at the nearby and majestic city, his mind in disarray. They only had one night. As long as the sun rose, they could mobilize their army and use their overwhelming strength to completely conquer the city that was occupied by the cultists. However, this unprecedented cold and stormy weather had completely disrupted their plans. The combined assault of the storm and the rapid drop in temperature had thrown the army of hundreds of thousands into chaos, no longer as majestic as before. The neighing of horses and the screams of soldiers filled their ears, causing their hearts to drip blood. The three of them grimaced even more. Empress Dowager, requesting retreat. Milord, requesting retreat. The panicked cries of the generals came from behind them. The situation was dire. If this continued and they did not retreat, the army would be completely wiped out. Buzz. The three of them stood motionless as they looked across at Khurasan, which was also shrouded in snow and still like a dead city, their minds conflicted. In a flash, countless thoughts surged through their minds. Hewler, can we try to attack the city? Fadi suddenly said, his voice tinged with a final sliver of hope. Milord, it's impossible. I've already sent people to try. Khurasan is completely covered in a thick layer of ice. Our ropes can't pierce through the ice. Moreover, even the ropes have been frozen and can't be stretched. We can't attack the city. We can only retreat to Shandar. Hewler's voice came from the side, brimming with unwillingness. How could Hewler not have considered what the three titans were thinking? The temperature was still plummeting, and in this bitter cold, the tents alone were not enough to hold out. Everything had been taken into account in the Arabian war plan. The only thing that had not been taken into account was this bitter cold. Only by hiding in cities and houses could they just barely resist the cold. Otherwise, the army of more than 600,000 would be defeated without a fight, suffering unprecedented losses. At this moment, the closest city was Khurasan. But the ice over Khurasan had become an insurmountable moat for the army of hundreds of thousands. Moreover, there were still 200,000 Tang people, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers in the city. No one knew if the enemy had predicted this or if they had set up an ambush. Chapter 12:01. Fury. Discontent. Struggle. How could they admit defeat just like that when success was right in front of them and within their grasp? Withdraw. Finally, in the face of the ever-worsening blizzard and the ever-lowering temperature, Fadi's face contorted and he was forced to give the order to retreat. Rumble. Upon receiving the order from the three titans of black radiance, the entire army began to retreat to the west. They've begun to retreat. As Wang Chong stood in the blizzard, his eyes closed, a thought suddenly flitted through his mind. Through the blizzard, Wang Chong could hear that the Arab army had suddenly become much more restless. After a series of struggles, the ambitions of the Arabs had ultimately been unable to withstand the cold before the Little Ice Age. In the face of the might of nature, human strength was far too weak, too insignificant. As the horses neared the west, Wang Chong silently calculated, but he did not attack. The temperature was still plummeting, and the blizzard was still raging in the darkness. The complicated weather made it so that even if the Arabs wanted to retreat, it would not be as easy as imagined. It's about time. Just when the blizzard was at its most intense and the temperature was at its lowest, Wang Chong finally raised his head to the snowy sky. We can move out! Boom! With Wang Chong's order, a group of elite soldiers galloped through the blizzard and appeared at the eastern gate of Khurasan. Whoosh! Walala! Buckets of boiling water were poured down from the city gate, landing on the thick layer of ice there. As the thick layer of ice melted, there was a massive boom as the frozen gate of Khurasan once more rumbled open. Neigh! The white-hoofed horse reared, its metallic neigh echoing far and wide in the wind and snow. As one, Wang Chong and his horse shot out of Khurasan like an arrow. Bzzz. It was like he had gone from one world to another. Even though Wang Chong had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but shiver in shock when he saw the world outside Khurasan. Khurasan was already extremely cold, but only when the gate was opened did Wang Chong realize just how frozen the world had become. The tributary of the Tigris River outside the city had long disappeared. The entire raging river had long since turned into solid ice, and the ground was covered with several feet of snow. The whole world had completely turned into a white, extremely cold world. And on the other side of the river, countless Arab tents had been erected, all of them like ice sculptures in a world of ice and snow. Enemy attack! Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the Arab camp, shattering the silence. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes as he came back to his senses, his expression turning sharp. After waiting for so long, it was finally the Tang dynasty's turn to attack. Clang! An intense sword cry rang out, clearly audible even in the darkness and the blizzard. Riding on the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong unsheathed Bahram's golden sword and issued an order. Attack! Rumble! A moment later, the earth quaked as a pair of heavy hooves raised high into the air and stomped down, sending ice and snow flying into the air. Wang Chong's stellar energy exploded out of his dantian, expelling all the wind and snow around him. Then, man and horse became one and charged toward the opposite shore. Behind him, the earth quaked and the cavalry charged forward. Nearly 20,000 elite soldiers, chosen from the Tang people, Khorasani and rebel armies, charged like a storm, one after the other, transforming into an unstoppable flood. Enemy attack! No one had expected the Tang dynasty to launch an attack in this world of ice and snow. The Arab camp was in chaos. Many soldiers had gathered together and were charging forward in an attempt to hold back the soldiers of Khorasan. But it was too late. Bang! In a single leap, Wang Chong crossed the frozen Tigris River and landed in the Arab camp. Kail! Kill! At almost the same time, the Arabs on the banks of the river began to respond. Tens of thousands of Arab cavalry began to gather in the snowstorm and charge toward Wang Chong's group. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mikir. At almost the same time, Wang Chong led his army of nearly 20,000 in a thunderous charge. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the two torrents of steel quickly collided. Boom! Like a massive wave, countless Arab cavalry were sent flying into the air, screaming. There was no fierce battle like he had imagined. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Bang bang bang! The 20,000 elite cavalry formed from the Tang people, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers cut down swathes of Arab cavalry like weed. These several thousand soldiers had not even been able to slow down the army. Rumble! As the army advanced, thousands of Arab cavalry were felled to the ground. Hurry! It's the Tang people! Hurry and stop them! Desperate shouts came out of the blizzard. Many people were still gathering in the direction of the Tigris River, but most of them couldn't even tell which direction they were coming from. Bang! Bang! An Arab horseman stood next to his warhorse, his body covered in ice and snow. Just when he was about to mount, a sword suddenly appeared out of the blizzard and cut off the Arab horseman's head. Even at the moment of his death, the Arab horseman's eyes were still wide open as if he couldn't believe that he had died. Around him, countless other Arab cavalry had also been killed. Many of them hadn't even been able to tell which direction the attack was coming from before their heads had been cut off. The Arabs truly have been greatly weakened. Fierce winds howled in his ears as endless snowflakes blew at him, but before they could even get close, they were pushed away by Wang Chong's stellar energy. In this battle, the resistance of the Arabs was insignificant. Wang Chong could clearly sense that these Arabs had been severely weakened, not even 30 to 40% of their original strength. With this level of strength, it was simply impossible for them to contend against the well-prepared Great Tang. In order to survive in this extreme cold, one had to expend a great deal of energy. This was also why Wang Chong had chosen to wait an hour before launching his attack. Kill! As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting. Tensome Arab cavalry braved the wind and snow as they charged toward Wang Chong. But Wang Chong only glanced behind him, and a moment later, bang bang bang. When these Arab cavalry were still tensome paces from Wang Chong, they began to drop to the ground. Their blood energy surged out of their bodies, transforming into pillars of smoke that sank into Wang Chong's body. Not even the blizzard could disperse them. All soldiers, hear my order! Advance at full speed! Wang Chong quickly regained his composure and stomped on the ground. Clang! The bane of the battlefield halo, the bane of generals halo, the halo of dusk stallion, all of these halos began to spread across the entire western bank of the Tigris River. Aya! Screams echoed through the night, instantly becoming more shrill. The blizzard and frigid cold had already plunged the Arabs into dire straits, and Wang Chong's 3 war halos only made their situation worse, plunging them into complete despair. Thud thud thud. Countless Arabs collapsed to the ground, their blood spreading through the snow, but it quickly froze over. In the howling wind, Wang Chong rode deeper into the valley. Through the blizzard, a protruding object in the middle of the frozen white tents quickly attracted Wang Chong's attention. Riding over, he saw an Arab soldier lying on the ground, his right hand pressed against the ground, his face stricken with fear. His mouth was wide open and his body was covered in a thick layer of snow, but Wang Chong could no longer sense any signs of life from him. There was a bandage on his leg, which clearly identified him. A wounded soldier. Although a large number of Arabs had managed to escape from yesterday's battle, many of them had been wounded as well. These weakest wounded soldiers were the first to succumb in this blizzard. The extreme cold, their weak bodies, and the severe injuries on their bodies caused them to be the first to lose their lives in this great wave of change. They were the first to lose their lives. Despite the constant clanging of metal, the sounds of fighting, the panting of war horses, and the trampling of hooves, Wang Chong's attention was completely focused on the ice sculptures of the Arab camp. 1, 2, 3 more and more Arab soldiers sealed in ice appeared in Wang Chong's vision, far more than Wang Chong had imagined. The Arabs had retreated, and besides those soldiers who had not been able to retreat in time, this place had become a graveyard for the wounded. What a terrifying cold! It's probably even colder than the one in my memories, Wang Chong quietly said to himself, his mind in turmoil. Because of his intervention, history truly had undergone a major change. That unprecedented cold in his memories had not disappeared, but had become even more frightening. This was only the precursor to the Little Ice Age, but it was already so frightening. Wang Chong did not dare to imagine just how cold the true Little Ice Age would be. Marquee. Chapter 1202. Storm Furnaces. These were storm furnaces that Zhang Shouji had designed. After hearing Wang Chong's idea, Zhang Shouji had designed them and completed them in less than half a day. Almost every one of the 20,000 elites had brought 2 storm furnaces with them. One reason was to distinguish friend from foe in the blizzard, and the other was to keep warm. These storm furnaces were designed for warhorses, as these warhorses were far weaker than the 20,000 elites and needed these furnaces even more. The 8,000 Arabs left behind in the camp have been completely exterminated, awaiting Marquis's orders. As the storm furnaces grew clearer, Li Sai's stalwart figure gradually became visible. Have you found any traces of the other Arabs? Wang Chong's brow rose as he quickly regained his composure. Reporting to Marquis, our scouts have already found traces of them in the west. Just as Marquis predicted, the Arabs have begun to retreat. Their formation has fallen into complete disarray. However, the snow on the ground is extremely thick, and the surface is covered in ice. They can't get very far, Li Sai sternly said. Very good. Wang Chong nodded, and as he came back to his senses, his eyes turned sharp. Pass on my order. Pursue at full speed. Bang! The white-hoofed shadow raised its hooves high into the air and stomped down. Wang Chong galloped out amidst the swirling snow, leading his army westward in pursuit. The 20,000 elites swiftly vanished into the blizzard. From a distance, it was impossible to make out their figures, only the flickering lights of countless fireflies. The ground was covered in snow, making it difficult to see what was going on. In the distance, one could see a group of figures stumbling along on warhorses. This was a group of Arab cavalry. They had been completely separated from the rest of the army in the blizzard, and the extreme temperature and cold had left them extremely weak. The mouths, noses, eyes, hooves, and bodies of their horses were all covered in a thick layer of frost, making their movements extremely slow. Damn it, how could such a thing happen? We didn't die in the hands of those Tang people. Are we going to die in this snowstorm? An Arab cavalry captain finally couldn't help but ask. His face was pale, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Who would have thought that an army of hundreds of thousands would be defeated by a blizzard? This was an unprecedented humiliation. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from the blizzard behind him. This sudden noise instantly attracted everyone's attention. Pairs of eyes quickly turned to look behind them. My lord, what is that?" An Arab horseman said, his face pale and his lips trembling, his face suffused with deep fear. Could it be that the Tang people have caught up with us?" An Arab horseman in the rear gulped, his eyes wide with fear and alarm. "Shut up! Don't say such nonsense here." Before the man could finish, the Arab cavalry captain interrupted him. "In this kind of extremely cold weather, I can't even see the direction. The Tang people can't leave the city. They can't even take care of themselves, so how could they possibly chase us? Hiya!" At this moment, a harsh shout came from behind them. In the very rear of this group of Arab cavalry, a sword hummed as it emerged from the blizzard. Swish! It instantly cut off the head of an Arab horseman at the very back of the group. The head spun 7 or 8 paces away, its eyes wide open, and then it crashed into the ground, sending up a shower of snow. At that moment, time seemed to stop and all was deathly still. All the Arab cavalry stared with wide eyes at the decapitated head, their eyes brimming with shock, but even more than that, fear. "Run!" someone shouted, and in a flash, time seemed to stop. All the Arab cavalry seemed to be frightened and began to flee in every direction. Even the war horses they were riding on seemed to have received a huge shock. They neighed in fear and stood up on their hind legs. Their originally stiff bodies also sped up quite a bit as they rushed forward at top speed. But no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the Tang dynasty cavalry in the rear. Buzz! The air buzzed as an invisible ripple swept through the blizzard. Before the Arab cavalry could get very far, an invisible halo swept past them, and then a second, a third. The Arab cavalry felt like they had been shackled, their speed dropping and their auras weakening. "Kill them! Leave none alive!" Just at this moment, in the boundless blizzard behind him, energy surged. 2 faint fireflies first swayed out, followed by a majestic warhorse, wrapped in a layer of cotton armor, leaping out from the blizzard, landing on the ground with a thump. Then 2, 3, 4. Almost 20,000 cavalrymen charged out of the snowstorm, like a tornado sweeping through the clouds. Blood sprayed and screamed as one Arab horseman after another was pursued by the Tang dynasty army, their faces stricken with fear as they dropped to the ground. After them, nearly 20,000 Tang dynasty, Khorasani, and rebel elites continued to gallop across the earth in pursuit. Behind them, almost none of the Arab cavalry had survived, their corpses strewn across the ground. From the Arab camp on the western shore of the Tigris River to the west, Wang Chang's forces were like a storm of death as they followed the fleeing Arabs. Only by pursuing them and seeing them with their own eyes did they understand just how chaotic the Arabs were. In these several dozen li, the Arabs had lost their sense of direction and organization. Many of them had frozen to death, and even more had been trapped in the snow. Countless war horses had been frozen to death. When Wang Chong and his 20,000 soldiers arrived from the rear, these Arabs were all stunned. Even in death, they did not dare to believe that Wang Chong would dare to brave the frigid weather and pursue them in this world of ice and snow. Boom boom boom. In just a few moments, 60 to 70,000 Arab cavalry had been caught up to and killed by Wang Chong's army, and this number was still increasing at an astonishing rate. 60 to 70,000 soldiers were scattered over several dozen li, completely powerless to resist. The 20,000 soldiers led by Wang Chong had crushed through the enemy with absolute superiority, killing tens of thousands of Arabs. In a short period of time, 60 to 70,000 Arabs had fallen to the Tang people's swords. Marquis. As the pursuit continued, a voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear. Two specks of light pierced through the wind and snow, rapidly approaching Wang Chong. But it was not Li Sai, but Anshi Vice Protector General Qing Qianli. He was clad in armor, and the stellar energy around his body was vast and mighty. Hot air surged, and his eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. We've discovered the main force of the Arabs up ahead. There are at least 100,000 of them. Milord has sent me to ask if we should pursue? Qing Qianli sternly said as he stopped several paces in front of Wang Chong. The Arabs had an army of 600,000 to 700,000, and they had only been killing scattered soldiers on their way here. But now they had finally found the main force. Haha, aren't we looking for their main force? Tell Lord Gao to immediately attack. With these words, Wang Chong and his horse shot forward, vanishing into the snow. Careful! Everyone assume formation! The Tang dynasty is in pursuit. Everyone get ready! Not far from Wang Chong's forces, an army of several dozen Arab generals had gathered together, a vast army of Arab cavalry behind them. The Tang people's tracks had already been exposed, and everyone was panicking. No one had expected that the Tang dynasty would ignore the blizzard and pursue them. But the long years of training had allowed this army to quickly respond. The more than 100,000 Arab soldiers swiftly took up positions along the long road and silently waited in the blizzard. In the blink of an eye, amidst the deafening sound of metal clanging, an incomparably large invisible ripple suddenly spread out from the blizzard in front of them. Bzzz. In just a few moments, the countless soldiers at the front of the army began to feel their auras drop to an extremely weak level. Enemy attack! The leading Arab general paled at this sight and let out an earth-shattering roar. He recognized this halo. It belonged to the young commander of the Tang dynasty. Boom! Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering sound could be heard as the armored cavalry charged forward. Amidst the neighing of horses, countless armored cavalry charged forward. Each of these horsemen was like a moving fortress as they charged toward the 100,000 Arab cavalry. Not good. It's the Aswaran cataphracts. The Arab general's eyes constricted at the sight of these heavy and sturdy horsemen armed to the teeth. Kill them! The Sassanid great General Bahram charged like a storm into the Arab rank. Boom boom boom! In a flash of light, Bahram plunged into the Arab ranks like a sharp blade. Wherever he went, hundreds of Arab soldiers would be sent flying into the blizzard. Before they could even fall to the ground, their organs would be crushed and they would die. Soon after, Ney and his 8,000-some Aswaran cataphracts divided into 80 groups, thrusting like the sharpest of swords into the Arab ranks. Aya! Screams filled the air as the orderly Arab ranks instantly fell into chaos. Kail! Kail! The 8,000-some Aswaran cataphracts poured down like mercury, instantly throwing the tens of thousands of Arab soldiers into chaos. Screams, neighs, and the cracking of bones mixed into a cacophony of screams and whinnies, but the Aswaran cataphracts did not even pause as they continued to charge westward. Chapter 1203. Impossible! Impossible! How could there be so many Tang people? At the very front of the army, the Arab general's eyes were wide open, his entire body so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never imagined that so many Tang people would be chasing them out of Khorasan, and that their strength hadn't been weakened at all. It's over. No one in the Arab army can stop them. The Arab general's heart sank to the bottom, his body trembling in fear. The Arab army had struggled for a very long time in the bitter cold. All of them were exhausted and weak, and their strength had been severely reduced. And the rebels in Khorasan had not been weakened at all. Hurry! Send a message to Great General Fard. Tell them that the Tang people have come. The Arab general's heart was dripping blood. He knew that all of them were finished, but he also knew that the Tang people and the remnants of Khorasan would not let the matter rest. However, before he could finish speaking this order, a cold light flashed, golden light spilling out. A sharp longsword with unimaginable speed pierced through the heavy wind and snow, instantly piercing through his chest, stabbing through his beating heart. So fast. The Arab general's eyes went round as he dropped to his knees. The last thing he saw was a warhorse with snow-white hooves and a teenager of the Tang people, his cloak flapping in the wind. Gallop! As the horse's hooves landed, Wang Chong pulled back his sword, his face unperturbed, not even glancing behind him. Hear my order. Continue the pursuit. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, over Tensum Li, Wang Chong's army defeated wave after wave of retreating Arab soldiers. In just a few short moments, Wang Chong's army had killed more than 100,000 Arabs. And Wang Chong's army was pitifully weak. Ahead should be the 3 titans of Black Radiance and Hewler's group. After some time, Wang Chong's army was 40 li from Khorasan. His expression was grave and stern, and his eyes were incomparably bright. In the darkness of the night, even the snowstorm could not conceal them. Tell Gao Xianji and Great General Bahram to gather all the soldiers and prepare for battle, Wang Chong suddenly said in a deep voice. Wang Chong was not the only one involved in this pursuit. Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, Bahram, the King Gonka, Banahan, and the other rebel leaders, all of Khorasan had been mobilized. If they wanted to defeat Arabia, they had to do it tonight. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it. Screech! As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, sharp whistles came from all directions in the snowstorm. This was the signal they had agreed upon. This time, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, Bahram, all of them were commanding their own armies, but all of them had to submit to Wang Chong's command. This was the precondition for this operation. Hiya! With a shout, the nearly 20,000 soldiers swept through the Arabs with an invincible momentum and unstoppable momentum. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mikeir. A few moments later, the battle was over, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses. The remaining soldiers, unable to tell which way to go, madly fled in every direction. 3 titans of Black Radiance. You're the only ones left. A cold light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes as he charged forward. The temperature is dropping even more. What? The Tang people, the Khorasani, and the rebel army are using the blizzard to pursue us. Around 50 to 60 li from Khorasan, 3 black warhorses were riding in a monstrous line, and on their backs were the 3 titans of Black Radiance. Milords, the news has been confirmed. They've been following us this entire time, and they've already killed more than 100,000 of our soldiers, and this number is still increasing. The deputy delivering the news had his head lowered, a nervous expression on his face. Damn it! These despicable Tang people. Fader clenched his fists as the blizzard buffeted his face, his expression seething with rage. Pass on my order. Gather the army and prepare to deal with the Tang people. Yes. The messenger swiftly left to carry out the order. General, the scouts have reported that the 3 titans of Black Radiance have been discovered up ahead, and they're already gathering their army to deal with us. In the rear, Bahram, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, the rebel officers, chief of Wushang, the evil emperor, and Wang Yan had all gathered around Wang Chong, all of them looking at Wang Chong as if they were following Wang Chong's lead. In their pursuit of Tensum Li, they had killed countless Arabs, and now, they had finally caught up to the 3 titans of Black Radiance and Hewler's forces. Wang Chong's judgment had been correct. In this frigid weather, the Arabs simply couldn't advance very quickly. Although the distance between Khorasan and Shandar was only 100-some li, it was an extremely long journey for the Arabs. Blizzard greatly weakens the strength of ordinary warriors, but for elite warriors, the degree of weakening is much smaller. Moreover, even if we kill so many of them, The Arabs still have more than 500,000 soldiers. With our current numbers, we will find it very difficult to defeat them," Bahram sternly said, a hint of hesitation on his face. The three tycoons of Black Radiance weren't ordinary characters. Although this snowstorm had caused them a lot of trouble, it was impossible to defeat them with just this. The blizzard had almost no effect on the strength of great generals. No one spoke, all of them staring at Wang Chong. The nearly 20,000 soldiers had also gathered in the rear, waiting for Wang Chong's order. "Heh!" Seeing the grave expressions on their faces, Wang Chong suddenly chuckled. His expression was indifferent, as if he was facing a powerful foe. Although the three titans of Black Radiance are formidable, they're not invincible. Moreover, although the Arabs still have more than 500,000 soldiers, the blizzard and the darkness of the night mean that countless people have gotten lost. It's already quite impressive that the three titans of Black Radiance can gather 300,000 soldiers. Moreover, these 300,000 soldiers are scattered over a region of 10 some li, making it impossible for them to gather together. Not even the three titans of Black Radiance can do anything about this. This isn't just because of the commander-in-chief, but also because of the soldiers. In addition, the morale of the Arabs is at an all-time low. This blizzard has completely destroyed them. The longer they stayed in the snowstorm, the higher their chances of dying. All the Arab soldiers are thinking about fleeing to the cities in the rear. They have no heart to continue fighting. No matter how cruel the orders of the three titans of Black Radiance are, they won't be able to stop them. Wang Chong's eyes were wise and confident, always exuding the aura of having the pearl of wisdom within his grasp. It was like nothing in the world could stump him, making others feel compelled to submit to him. Thus, I estimate that the three titans of Black Radiance won't be able to gather that many soldiers, no more than 100,000. Wang Chong indifferently said. In front of the power of nature, human strength was very insignificant. Moreover, this was not an ordinary snowstorm. When all the soldiers were thinking about fleeing, not even the three titans of Black Radiance could do anything. Gathering 100,000 soldiers was already an incredible feat. Whoosh! Although no one said anything at Wang Chong's words, they instantly relaxed. 100,000 soldiers was still not a small number, but it wasn't impossible to deal with. Moreover, although the Tang dynasty only had 20,000 soldiers, all of them were top-class elite. Whether it was the Angolan cataphracts or the Wushang cavalry, they were all top-class existences. 20,000 against 100,000 was still a very high chance of victory. "Chonger, what do we do now?" The mellow voice of Wang Chong's father, Wang Yen, came from behind him. This battle was extremely important. Although Wang Yen had lost his mighty miracle god clone, he still possessed considerable strength. In this battle, besides the ordinary soldiers, the Tang dynasty had also sent out all its elites. "Wait," Wang Chong confidently declared as he looked forward. The three titans of Black Radiance stood at their head, Hewler at their side, and the other governors and generals to their left and right. Behind them was a vast and somber army. Everyone was waiting patiently. However, an hour passed and nothing happened. What's going on? Have the Tang people still not arrived? One of the Arab governors behind the three titans of Black Radiance broke the silence. These words caused everyone to grimace, and even Fadi couldn't help but frown. Hewler's eyes widened as he sensed that something bad was about to happen. Something's not right. Based on the information from our scouts, the Tang people should have already arrived and begun their attack. There's no reason for there to be no movement, unless... A thought flitted through Hewler's mind. He did not continue, but his face paled. Unless they're intentionally using delaying tactics. A voice came from the side. Philas, one of the three heavyweights, had a gloomy expression as he finished what Hewler had left unsaid. All was deathly still. The three titans, Hewler, and the other Arab governors and generals all grimaced. The Tang people of the Eastern world were using an open strategy. As long as they did not leave, the three Titans and Hewler would not be able to safely head to Shandar and sell their backs to the Tang people. And as the blizzard intensified and the temperature dropped, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be locked in a stalemate in this blizzard, and the situation would only worsen. It was clear that the Tang people were using this method to delay them and prevent them from moving. Damn it! This bastard! The Arab governors clenched their teeth, their fists about to shatter. If this continued, they would forever be in a passive position. No. We can't just passively wait like this. Since they won't come, we'll go. Hewler, pass on my order. Move out the army and attack. Fadi's eyes flashed with cold light as he quickly made his decision. Rather than passively waiting, it was better to attack. The blizzard was intensifying, and this was the only way for the Arabs to escape their current predicament. Chapter 1204. Get ready. As the Arabs moved out, Wang Chong looked forward and smiled. The Arabs have split into 3 groups and are already attacking. Lord Gao, Great General Bahram, let's get ready to move out. Bang! With Wang Chong's order, the army of 20,000 moved out, vanishing into the blizzard like ghosts. But this time, Wang Chong's forces had not vanished in the direction of the main force of the 3 Titans of Black Radiance, but to the northwest. Amidst the wind and snow, the sound of horse hooves could be heard, and an austere aura permeated the air. Rumble! After some time, 3 pitch-black Arabian warhorses charged out of the snowstorm, seething with killing intent. They were followed by tens of thousands of warhorses that surged forward like a tsunami, appearing where Wang Chong's party had just been. What's going on? Where are the Tang people? The 3 Titans of Black Radiance were struck dumb by the sight of the empty snowy ground. Those damn bastards! They actually ran. A bearded Arab governor angrily said through clenched teeth. It was obvious that the Tang people knew that they were coming and had fled like rats. They simply didn't dare to directly confront the Arabs. Clang! At this moment, the faint sounds of fighting came from the blizzard, accompanied by the clattering of metal. Judging from the sound, it was still very far away. This sudden noise immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not good. It's the left flank. Let's go. In a split second, Fadi suddenly thought of something. With a loud shout, he immediately turned his horse around and charged towards the left flank without hesitation. Behind him, the rest of the army was also panicking as they followed Fadi. Even Hewler was somewhat panicked by Fadi's words. For this attack, the army had divided into 3 groups: left, center, and right. The left and right flanks would take a detour first, while the center would follow. The Arab strategy was very simple. They would first use the center army to draw the attention of the Tang people, and then when the Tang people were engaged in fierce battle, the left and right flanks would flank them and completely rouse the Tang people. But at this moment, Hewler suddenly realized that other than his central army, the other 2 armies had disappeared without a trace. The sounds of fighting just now had come from behind him. I hope that nothing has happened to the right flank. Hewler's mind was filled with unease, and for the first time, he felt extremely uneasy. Rumble! A few moments later, the 3 Titans of Black Radiance, Hewler, and the others finally found the left flank army several li away. The ground was covered in a thick layer of frost and snow, and not even the blizzard could bury these traces of battle in a short time. There was no such thing as the left flank. The ground was strewn with countless Arab corpses. Warhorses were lying on their sides, their mouths and noses exhaling white gas, but they were quickly frozen into ice, and then their bodies became stiff and motionless. In the midst of these countless corpses, Fadi and the others found the corpse of the Governor of Fire, Absa. His body was covered in sword and saber marks, and his blood energy had been sucked dry. His face was facing down as he lay motionless on the ground. Not far from him, a black Arab banner had been thrust into the ground, fiercely flapping in the blizzard, cracking and shattering. This Arab war banner had already been frozen in blood. We've been tricked. Firas and the others were spitting fire in their eyes, their fists clenched so tightly that they felt like they were about to shatter. But how did they find out about us splitting into 3 groups? One of the governors asked. No one could answer this question. The Arabs' decision to split into 3 groups had been an impromptu decision, but the Tang people had apparently known about it. Not only had they avoided the main force of Fadi's forces, they had even succeeded in attacking the Arab flank. The battle had proceeded very quickly, and the Tang side had the overwhelming advantage. The governor of fire, Absa, had been killed at the very start of the battle, and the rest of the Tang forces had been no match for him. These bastards! Fadi was filled with hatred. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a figure brushing past him and rushing forward. Hewler, where are you going? Fadi recognized the man's back with a single glance and raised his head abruptly. Right flank. In the distance, Hewler threw down these 2 words and immediately vanished into the snowstorm. Behind him, Fadi and Firas shuddered when they heard these words. As if they understood something, their expressions changed, and they followed Hewler and charged forward. Around 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the second battlefield. From the moment they had sensed danger, they had done all they could, but they had still been too late. The battle was over, leaving behind only ruins and corpses. We're too late. They've already left. Hewler knelt on the ground, bent down, and picked up a piece of bloody ice. The blood on the ice had not completely frozen, so it was clear that they had not been gone for long. My lord, can you distinguish their auras? An Arab governor walked over, his fists clenched, his face seething with rage. It's very difficult. They've already mixed in with our army. In this area of 20 to 30 li, we have hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It's impossible to distinguish between 20,000 soldiers. Fadi hatefully said. There was something else that Fadi had not said. The blizzard was not as simple as the weather. It was accompanied by violent tides of energy and the rapid drop in temperature. Even the senses of great generals like the 3 titans of black radiance were greatly affected. In the face of the might of nature, the abilities of humans were far too insignificant, not even great generals. Then can we find the enemy commander? Only great generals can kill great generals. If we can't find the ordinary soldiers, we can only lock onto the enemy commander? Another general said. 2 massacres in a row had aroused everyone's anger. Yes, massacres. The cavalry on the left and right flanks would not even be able to last until the main army arrived. Impossible. This time, before Fadi could speak, Hewler took the initiative to answer. His eyes were filled with pain, a thick killing intent surging out of him like a tide. These damn bastards have completely concealed their auras. We can't sense their existence at all. The connection between great generals has no effect on them. What? Hearing this, everyone revealed a shocked expression. But my lord, at the great general level, all techniques that can conceal their auras are top-class technique. The enemy has killed more than one of our great generals so quickly. Could it be that all of their great generals are so skilled that they can all conceal their auras? Another general said. This person was wearing the armor of a high-ranking general and standing behind an Arab governor. He seemed to be very close to the governor and was clearly his adjutant. As an adjutant of a governor, he could receive a great deal of information. Great general-level experts would develop an innate sense of connection with other experts of the same level. Concealing one's information from another was no simple task. At the very least, he knew that very few of the governors who had come to Khorasan had been able to do this. Let me answer all of you. The wind and snow howled, and the sound of hooves could be heard through the wind and snow. Imran, the blade of obsidian, rode a black warhorse that was brimming with explosive power and bulging muscles. He slowly approached from the back. He stared ahead with a grave expression on his face. Because the enemy has an extremely powerful expert among their top-class martial artists who can control the weather and the flow of origin energy to confuse and obscure our senses. The enemy has come prepared for this battle, and the situation is extremely disadvantageous to us. Right now, the connection between great generals is not as good as our eyes and ears. At the very least, if we hear the sounds of fighting, we can immediately rush over. Imran's words caused the three titans of black radiance and Hewler to fall silent, their hearts extremely heavy. This battle had been far more difficult than they had imagined. Although they still had more than 500,000 soldiers, they had been completely scattered in the blizzard, unable to use their advantage in numbers. On the other hand, for some reason, the Tang people were always able to keep track of them. From a certain perspective, they had already lost this battle. Several li away, tens of thousands of Arab cavalry were scattered across a vast expanse of snow, knee-deep in the snow as they trudged westward. The world was silent. Kail! Kail! Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar shattered the tranquility of the army. Before these people could react, a group of cavalry, their bodies covered in snow, shot out of the north like a sharp arrow toward the retreating army. Chong, cold light flashed, and ripples spread out in the air. In an instant, heads flew high into the air in response. Following closely behind, the second and third squads of cavalry charged out from the snowstorm, each of them emitting a strong killing intent. It's the Khorasani! Enemy attack! Let's go! An Arab horseman quickly recognized one of the enemy soldiers. The Arabs had ruled Khorasan for so long that they were extremely familiar with the appearance of the Khorasani. They could recognize them at a glance from their physique and demeanor. The soldiers shout immediately threw the entire army into chaos, and they began to madly flee in every direction. But after being frozen in the snow for more than 2 hours, both their physical strength and martial arts had been severely depleted. There was no way they could flee in such a hurry. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, one Arab horseman after another began to fall. Some of the Arab horsemen, their eyes brimming with despair, madly charged forward to take down the Tang people and the Khorasani with them, but their scimitars were easily dodged. Then, in a flash of cold light, they fell from their horses. Chapter 1205. The battle quickly unfolded, with Arabs, Tang people, Khorasani, and rebel soldiers fighting everywhere. In the rear of this army, a young and slender figure slowly rode out, his cape flapping in the wind. Wang Chang's eyes were like lightning as he slowly scanned his surroundings. His eyes were unperturbed by the screams coming from the blizzard. This battle was going exactly as he had predicted. As time went on, the Arabs were in a worse state. There was no need for him to personally participate in a battle of this level. Get ready. The three titans of Black Radiance and Hewler are right behind us. They'll arrive in another 5 minutes. Finish this battle as quickly as possible, Wang Chong calmly said. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it rang out clearly in everyone's ears. My lord, are the Arabs coming back so quickly? Shi Yuanqing looked at Wang Chong with admiration. For some reason, Wang Chong was always able to accurately predict the arrival of the Arabs, making it impossible for them to track him. The blizzard seemed to have no effect on him at all. Shi Yuanqing himself had tried this himself, but in this sort of blizzard, his perception could not exceed 100 zhang. There's nothing we can do about it. Every time we fight, we make a lot of noise. The clashing of swords and the explosions of energy will always be able to penetrate through. The three titans of Black Radiance heard these sounds and rushed over. Wang Chong calmly said. There was always a loss for every gain, and even Wang Chong found it very difficult to take care of everything. But even if the three titans of Black Radiance and Hewler heard the sounds and rushed over, it was already too late. All of their tracks were within Wang Chong's perception. King of Gonka, Li Sai, Cui Piaoqi, Kong Xian, all of you go as well. Finish this battle as quickly as possible. Yes. A voice came from behind him as the King Gonka, Li Sai, and the others galloped forward, brushing past Wang Chong and charging toward the Arab cavalry. With the addition of the King Gonka and the others, the battle sped up considerably. Only Wang Chong remained seated on the white-hoofed shadow, his eyes closed and motionless. Buzz. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. A moment later, in a flash of light, a miniature continent appeared in front of Wang Chong's eyes. If one looked carefully, one would see that it was a miniature version of the battlefield between Khorasan and Chandar. On the projection of this piece of land, everything, big or small, was clearly displayed. Even this snowstorm was on full display above this continent. Wang Chong could even see the swirling vortexes up above, but Wang Chong's gaze only paused for a few moments before turning elsewhere. Buzz. With a flash of light, the shrunken continent quickly enlarged, and many small dots appeared on the surface of the continent. Behind Wang Chong's group, a large group of black dots was rapidly moving toward Wang Chong's group. Heart, physique, aura, technique, power, these were the 5 rewards of the Stone of Destiny. As for power, it was the last reward of the Stone of Destiny. Only now did it reveal its true power. This snowstorm was accompanied by an intense tide of energy that could even confuse the senses of great generals. But Wang Chong was able to use the power of power and the projection of this continent to grasp the movements of the Arabs in the palm of his hand. Wang Chong could see the composition of the soldiers, where they were distributed, where they were advancing, and when they were about to arrive, and he could even quickly calculate them. With nearly 20,000 elite soldiers and the projection of the continent, Wang Chong was like a tiger that had grown wings in this blizzard, allowing him to sweep through everything in his path. Wang Chong, are we going to pursue the other Arab cavalry now? The thundering of hooves could be heard in the middle of the snowstorm. Wang Chong came back to his senses and raised his head to see that Gao Xianji was riding a snow-white warhorse. Beside him, Bahram walked side by side. The battle had ended much faster than Wang Chong had imagined. In just a few moments, not a single Arab horseman was left standing on the battlefield. Only a few wounded horsemen in the distance were madly fleeing, but from their staggering figures, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to last much longer. There's no need. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he rejected Gao Xianji's proposal. They had already ambushed 20 to 30 groups of Arab cavalry, and there weren't many Arab cavalry left in this area. The remaining soldiers were scattered over a large area, some of them even lost their way and running toward the sea, and there were quite a few of them. 20,000 cavalry killing these scattered soldiers was a waste of time and energy, and it was not a wise decision. This meant that the greatest enemies left in this area were the 3 Titans of Black Radiance and the soldiers led by Hewler. Let's go. We'll retreat first and wait for them to arrive. With Wang Chong's order, everyone obeyed. After a few moments of cleaning up the battlefield, they once more set off to the north, vanishing into the blizzard. Not long after Wang Chong's forces had vanished, warhorses galloped out of Khorasan. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, tens of thousands of warhorses charged through the snowstorm and onto the battlefield. The 3 Titans of Black Radiance and Hewler had heard the commotion and led their armies over. Along the way, whenever they encountered any stray Arab cavalry, Fadi, Faras, and the others would absorb them. Along the way, the number of soldiers around them didn't decrease. Instead, it snowballed, and in the end, it skyrocketed to over 200,000. The 3 Titans of Black Radiance and Hewler had used this method to gather their soldiers so that Wang Chong could defeat them one by one. Ah! The sight of the scattered corpses made Fadi's eyes bulge out of their sockets, and he raised his head to the sky and bellowed. You damned cowards! One day I'll tear all of you to pieces. Fadi had rushed all the way here in a hurry. Yet this was the result he saw. He was on the verge of despair. "Milord, calm your anger for now. The blood on the ground is still wet, so they shouldn't have gotten far." An Arab general examined the blood on the ground and quickly raised his head. The footprints on the ground point to the west. They must have gone to pursue other soldiers. No matter what, we can't let them succeed. Another general said. The battle had not been over for long, and the footprints on the ground clearly indicated the direction in which the Tang people and Khorasani had been moving. Everyone's painstaking effort to chase after him had finally paid off. "Let's go!" The leader of the Dark Radiance, Fadi, let out a low roar. He looked towards the west, and the light of a ferocious beast flashed in his eyes. "Rumble!" The warhorse neighed as Fadi and his horse flew out, quickly rushing towards the west. Behind him, all of the troops set off once again, surging forward like a tidal wave. Hundreds of warhorses galloped past, and when half of the army followed the three titans of black radiance across the battlefield. Neigh! The fierce neigh of a horse came from the blizzard to the north, and before the Arabs could react, a storm of energy shot through the air like a lightning bolt toward the battlefield. Almost at the same time, the previously deathly silent northern region suddenly erupted with activity. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Even the raging and howling blizzard could not cover them up. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses charged out from the blizzard in the north. Not good! In the distance, the three titans of black radiance, who had already charged very far away, heard these cries and trembled, their faces paling. "Run! We've been ambushed!" Their faces turned ghastly pale, and with no time to think, they turned their horses around and galloped back to the battlefield. Fadi's group had moved very quickly, but they were still too slow. Wang Chong had been watching this army of 200,000 this entire time, and the 20,000 soldiers that had been lying in wait in the blizzard for this moment. Boom boom boom. Before Fadi could reach the battlefield, he could already hear the neighing of countless warhorses, swords, and battle cries. A few moments later, there was a massive boom as the 200,000 Arab soldiers were cleaved in two by Wang Chong's army. Cutting formation. Solar charge. Furious roars resounded through the blizzard as the Wushang cavalry and the Aswaran cataphracts continued to use their techniques to divide and charge, further dividing the already panicked Arab army and throwing it into even greater chaos. Boom boom boom. Once, twice, thrice. The Wushang cavalry and the Aswaran cataphracts used their own methods to charge and break down the Arab army on both sides. And this disorderly army became an invisible barrier, blocking the three titans of black radiance on the west and the other armies on the east. Bastard! The Arab generals, including the three titans of black radiance, were all enraged by this sight. In just a few moments, Wang Chong had thrown the entire battlefield into chaos. From the perspective of the Arabs, all they could see was the disorderly Arab army in the middle of a blizzard. Only the neighing of horses could be heard, and it was impossible to tell where the Tang people were. Force your way through. Separate the soldiers in the center. Fadi's eyes went red as he finally gave the order. The enemy had come prepared and had dealt a fatal blow. If they could not be decisive and harden their resolve, the entire army would be wiped out. Nay. Chapter 1206. Get ready. The plan is a success. The three titans of black radiance have appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle. Almost at the same time, Wang Chong reined in his horse and listened to the sounds coming from the west. His lips curled into a smile. Each of the three titans of black radiance was powerful, on par with Abu Muslim, but in terms of military affairs, the three titans were far inferior to Wang Chong. Buzz! Wang Chong suddenly raised an arm in the middle of the snowstorm. In an instant, with Wang Chong as the center, all the troops scattered in all directions. An invisible killing intent filled the air. Kill! The neigh of a horse tore through the air, and a few moments later, the chaotic western battlefield was torn asunder by a powerful energy. The three titans of black radiance and Hewler led their cavalry through the snowstorm and into battle. Kill them! Fadi's eyes were blood-red as he immediately saw Wang Chong riding the white-hoofed shadow in the center of the battlefield. Everyone was instantly roused. After such a long time and being led by the nose by the Tang dynasty in the wind and snow for so long, they finally found the young commander of the Tang dynasty. The culprit behind everything. Rumble! The earth fell silent as the tens of thousands of Arab soldiers transformed into a massive awl that pierced through the chaotic ranks of the Arab army to slash at Wang Chong. Hee. Wang Chong reined in his horse, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Hewler and the three titans of black radiance charging at him. He took the bait. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. To capture the followers, first capture the leader. In the end, the three titans of black radiance still fell into his encirclement. Clang! A sword cry drowned out the wind and snow, resounding throughout the entire battlefield. As countless people watched, Wang Chong stood proudly and unsheathed the golden sword he had exchanged with Bahram, its sharp tip pointing to the sky. Not good! Although he didn't see anything, when he saw Wang Chong's confident expression and how he completely ignored the tens of thousands of soldiers, Fadi's heart trembled violently. He suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. But before he could think deeply, Fadi heard a deafening battle cry in the next moment. From all directions, countless warhorses suddenly galloped over from the snowstorm. Their surging killing intent swept over like a tide. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Be careful! Enemy attack! The three heads of Black Radiance's expressions changed drastically when they saw the army suddenly charging in from all directions. Each of them looked extremely unsightly. I've been tricked. That was the only thought in the trio's mind. None of them had expected that these Tang people would be able to set up a trap within a trap when the two armies were facing off against each other and fighting each other on the battlefield. They had set up an ambush circle to wait for them. Their actions were all within the opponent's expectations. To catch bandits, first catch their leader. Kill that young commander of the Tang dynasty. Fadi's eyes chilled as he quickly made up his mind. Only by killing this most troublesome and thorny commander of the Tang people, the one who had caused all this, could they successfully resolve the situation. Hiya! Urging his horse's abdomen, Fadi took the lead and charged in Wang Chong's direction. At almost the same time, Faraz, Imran, Hewler, and the others shot toward Wang Chong. Ha ha ha, Arabs, your opponent is here! Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. Amidst the clattering of horse hooves, a man and horse became one. Like a god, he passed through the blizzard and flew over from a height of 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Gao Xianji's hair flew in the wind and his stellar energy surged. Still in the air, he threw his spear at Fadi. And behind the spear were 8 massive pillars brimming with destructive energy. Fire god power. At almost the same time, Sassanid Great General Bahram charged at Faraz. Behind him, a crimson golden flame flew up along with the longsword, turning into a huge golden flame that floated in the air above Bahram. The destructive power contained in the fireball was boundless, enough to intimidate any expert and make them tremble in fear. The fire god was one of the gods worshipped by the Sassanids, and in Sassanid legends, he was called the sun god. As the great general of the Sassanid dynasty, Bahram had inherited the strongest Sassanid technique bestowed upon him by the imperial household. Soon after, the origin energy in the sky began to violently ripple. Under the influence of some invisible energy, the snowstorm began to gather, contract, and collapse. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a mountainous palm of ice that slammed toward the other Arab governors. The evil emperor and chief of Wushang also descended from the sky and began to attack the other Arab governors. Kail, Qing Qianli, Wang Yan, Banahan, the king of Gonka, and the other rebel leaders began to attack Fadi's group from all sides. This storm of attacks left all the Arab governors and generals dumbfounded, their faces ashen. There was no doubt that this was a trap specifically designed for them. Fight it out with them! Don't retreat! Careful! There was no time to think. In their panic, they hurriedly began to fight with Wang Chong, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang. Boom boom boom! The snowstorm clashed with the fierce energy of the attacks, causing the air to tremble and explode. Although the three titans of Black Radiance, Hewler, and the other Arab governors were doing their best, they were no match for this sudden assault. Plush! The evil emperor pointed a finger, and thousands of beams of energy fused into one, transforming into a dazzling beam of sword chi that pierced through an Arab governor. The Arab governor was wearing a thick suit of armor that glowed with light. It was obvious at a glance that this was no ordinary armor, but it was useless against the demonic Emperor Old Man. He couldn't even block the blow before the demonic Emperor Old Man's sword pierced through his vitals. I really can't believe that I would die at the hands of these infidels. Just who are these people? The Arab governor's eyes were wide open, his face brimming with unwillingness, and then he dropped to the ground. The myriad spirit sea art could find the weak points of an opponent, and the evil emperor's sword had not only struck his vitals, it had also severed his life. With the fall of this Arab governor, the balance of the battlefield was broken. The chief of Wushang thrust out his white cane, shattering the stellar energy of the Arab governor and even piercing through his armor and heart. Both the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor were extremely powerful, and ordinary Arab governors were no match for them. Bang bang bang! More and more people fell, but this was not the end of the Arabs' predicament. At almost the same time, swords and sabers flashed and battle cries rang out, so loud that not even the howling of the snowstorm could drown them out. While all the great generals were engaged in fierce battle, the soldiers brought by the 3 titans of black radiance were also facing an unimaginable storm of attacks. The Aswaran cataphracts and the Wushang cavalry had worked together to completely scatter the Arabs in the first round, killing countless Arab cavalry in a single clash. Kill them! Team 7, intercept the left flank. Team 8, cut through the left and right. We can't let them regroup. Su Hanshan rode a large blue horse and commanded from the rear. His expression was calm and his eyes were bright. His every movement exuded an intimidating aura. While Wang Chong was participating in the fierce battle on the front lines, he had left the command of the rear completely to Su Hanshan. The edge of a treasured sword had been sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms had come from the bitter cold. Su Hanshan had been honed through battle after battle, once more displaying his lofty potential as a future great general. From Talas to Khorasan, Su Hanshan had experienced countless battles, both large and small. Su Hanshan had displayed his formidable ability to learn, and now, Wang Chong could leave many of the on-the-spot commands to him. And in this aspect, Su Hanshan had never disappointed. Bang bang bang! In the face of the combined encirclement of the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and rebel armies, the Arab army crumbled. Amidst the collisions, the Arab casualties soared at an astonishing rate. 7,000, 9,000, 13,000, 16,000. In just a few seconds, the 3 titans of black radiance had lost more than 20,000 soldiers, and they were still losing more at an even faster rate. The battlefield was a vast expanse of Arab corpses. The stench of blood was rapidly spreading through the blizzard, only getting thicker and thicker. Fadi and the others felt their hearts drip blood as they watched their subordinates being cut down like weeds. The Tang's organizational strength and offensive power were far above that of the exhausted, panicked Arab. While Fadi and the others were struggling through the snow with the Arabs, the Tang people were like fish in water. The intense snowstorm and extreme cold did not cause them any trouble. Instead, it became their best assistance. Retreat! Retreat! Fadi's eyes were brimming with rage, unwillingness, and despair as he stared at the mountains of corpses piling up. The army was suffering losses far faster than he had imagined. If he did not retreat now, the soldiers he had brought with him would be wiped out by the Tang people. Boom! Fadi suddenly turned his horse around, and was the first to leap out, fleeing into the distance. Soon after, the rest of the Arab cavalry began to follow their commander into the distance. At this moment, the Arabs finally gave up on the idea of defeating the great Tang in the blizzard and began to scatter like birds and beasts. After them. Chapter 1207. Hong Long Long, the army swept forward, following closely behind Fadi and the others, chasing and killing them. This time, no one was able to stop them. Countless people fell to the hooves of the great Tang as they pursued them north and south. In just a little more than an hour, Wang Chang's 20,000 soldiers had killed 80 to 90,000 Arab soldiers, leaving Arab corpses strewn across the ground. Bang! As the army was pursuing, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the rear of the army. This sound was almost inaudible in the blizzard, but in the ears of an imperial great general like Wang Chong, it was like a peal of thunder. Stop! Wang Chong fiercely raised an arm, and the entire army came to a halt. In a flash, Wang Chong turned his horse around and galloped to the rear of the army. Wang Chong, what's wrong? When Wang Chong stopped at the rear of the army, he heard the galloping of hooves as Go Xianji, Bahram, and the others arrived from the rear. How is it? Wang Chong did not answer, instead turning to the fallen cavalrymen at the rear of the Tang dynasty army. My lord, I'm fine. I can still fight. The Tang dynasty soldier was covered in wounds, but with the help of several cavalrymen, he managed to stand up. In this pursuit through the snow, the allied army had killed countless Arabs. After all, the Arabs were no ordinary foes. Even though the extreme cold had greatly weakened them, their tenacity and ferocity had been engraved into their bones. Although the Tang dynasty had won, it had paid no small price, and many soldiers had been injured in the pursuit. Wang Chong gazed at this soldier's frozen wound and then up at the snowstorm. The weather was getting colder and colder, and the flames on the sides of the horses were getting weaker and weaker. The metal cages were on the verge of being extinguished, and his eyes flashed. Pass on my order. Prepare to retreat. Everyone immediately returned to Khorasan. Wang Chong suddenly opened his mouth, and his words stunned everyone. But Wang Chong, we have the upper hand. Are we going to give up so easily? Gao Xianji asked. 600,000 to 700,000 Arab soldiers to be routed by a sudden and unprecedented blizzard, coupled with the fact that they had been pursued through the blizzard, this was an unprecedented achievement. As the commander-in-chief of the army, it would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. I can't hold on any longer. Wang Chong shook his head. This extreme cold is the same for both sides. The Arabs have been greatly weakened, but so have our soldiers. If this continues, we might not even be able to return to Khorasan. Moreover, the Arabs have just garrisoned a new army in Shandar. If we pursue them, we might not be able to gain the upper hand. But my lord, letting go of such a good opportunity is truly a pity. When they come back next year, won't there be another major battle? Bahram urged his horse forward, an unwilling look on his face. The Sassanids were far too thirsty for victory, and this unprecedented victory was exactly what the Sassanids needed. Haha, who says that they'll be able to gather another army next year and come back? Wang Chong grinned, a hint of pride on his face. Although he had ordered the army to retreat, this did not mean that the Arabs were being let off. From the start of this battle until now, we've killed at least 250 to 60,000 soldiers. Although we haven't continued the pursuit, we've scattered the main force of the Arab army. At least 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers are lost in the wind and snow. In this world of ice and snow, there's simply no place for them to hide. For the three titans of Black Radiance to be able to return with more than 200,000 survivors is already quite impressive. At Wang Chong's words, Gao Xianji, Bahram, Qing Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, and the rebel officers were all dumbfounded. The Arabs had brought at least 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers this time. Could this blizzard and the pursuit have actually caused them to lose more than 500,000 soldiers? This number was absolutely unimaginable to the crowd. No one knew how Wang Chong had obtained this number, much less why he was so certain, but no one doubted Wang Chong's judgment. So many battles had proven his accuracy countless times, and even this blizzard had probably been within his calculations. If that's the case, Bahram has no objections. Bahram quickly replied after a few moments of hesitation. For the Arabs to lose 500,000 soldiers in a single battle was even better than Bahram had hoped for. Rumble. After one last glance in the direction of Chandar, Wang Chong and the others quickly reached an agreement. The 20,000 soldiers mounted their horses and galloped toward Khorasan. Rumble. Several hours later, Wang Chong led his 20,000-some soldiers into Khorasan. Behind him, the two massive gates of Khorasan slammed shut. With this, the battle had come to an end. At almost the same time, Chandar rumbled open, and several powerful Arab governors stood at the gate, solemn expressions on their faces as they welcomed the three titans of black radiance who had arduously trudged over. Congratulations to User for completing the mission Arabia's counterattack. For defeating the 800,000 Arab soldiers and winning the battle for Khorasan, 40,000 points of destiny energy has been rewarded. Congratulations to User for completing the Battle of Talas. Calculating the mission reward. Congratulations to User for winning the Clash of Destiny. 4,000 points of destiny energy have been awarded. Congratulations to User for completing the second phase of the mission at Talas. 20,000 points of destiny energy have been rewarded. Congratulations to User for killing 360,000 Arab soldiers in the second phase of the mission at Talas. 70,000 points of destiny energy have been rewarded. Congratulations to User for obtaining the ultimate trust of the Khorasani. 2,000 points of destiny energy have been rewarded. As Wang Chong led his army through the gate and returned to his room, it was like some invisible sluice gate had been opened. A moment later, the stone of destiny's voice began to pour into his mind like a waterfall. Because the danger of the Battle of Talas had not been completely over, there were still many missions that had not been completed. But now, with the retreat of the three titans of Black Radiance, the Arabs had lost the ability to attack the Tang dynasty and Khorasan for a very long time. The Stone of Destiny was finally beginning its final calculation. This, Wang Chong's foot paused at the threshold. This was truly an unexpected development. From his reincarnation until now, this could be said to be the longest the Stone of Destiny had been calculating. As the countless voices washed over him, the Stone of Destiny seemed to be busy calculating. Finally, Wang Chong heard the Stone of Destiny's final calculation. Congratulations to User. After deducting the various mission penalties and costs, User has obtained 122,110 points of destiny energy, for a total of 131,450 points of destiny energy. The sight of these 6-digit golden words left Wang Chong dumbfounded. This mission had taken a very long time, and the Stone of Destiny's reward was definitely not small, but Wang Chong had not expected it to be so much. But just when Wang Chong believed that everything was over, the Stone of Destiny spoke once more. Congratulations to User for completing the Trial of Destiny mission ahead of time. User has been promoted from Controller of Destiny to Ruler of Destiny. Ruler of Destiny? Wang Chong's face was covered in shock at these words. He had never expected that his victory in this battle would also result in a promotion. Ruler of Destiny? Just what is this? What is the meaning of these destiny titles? Wang Chong stood in the doorway in a daze, his mind in turmoil. But a moment later, Wang Chong heard another voice. Congratulations to User for obtaining the title Ruler of Destiny. You have obtained an additional 10,000 points of destiny energy, and you have unlocked the hidden function Riddle of Destiny. The Riddle of Destiny is the root of everything. User can use a large amount of destiny energy to obtain this information, or to obtain other information. Notice, this function requires conditions to be activated. After saying this, the Stone of Destiny's voice faded away. As for Wang Chong, he was completely stupefied by the information that had appeared in his mind. Heart, body, energy, technique, and power. These were the Stone of Destiny's 5 rewards. Wang Chong had long ago learned this by heart, but Wang Chong had never imagined that besides these 5 rewards, the Stone of Destiny was actually hiding other secrets. At the very least, the function of the Riddle of Destiny had never appeared before, much less been mentioned. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Above the 5 rewards of heart, body, energy, technique, and power, a line of golden words appeared. Riddle of Destiny. These 4 words were simple, but they gave off a mysterious light, and the light of these words far surpassed that of heart, body, energy, technique, and power. Wang Chong sent out a strand of his mind, touching the golden words, hoping to obtain the secrets of the Riddle of Destiny. But unlike heart, body, energy, technique, and power, Wang Chong did not obtain any information this time. The only thing in his mind was the cold voice of the Stone of Destiny. Notice: user has not met the conditions and cannot activate the Riddle of Destiny. Hearing the Stone of Destiny's voice in his mind, Wang Chong fell into deep thought, not saying anything for a long time. No matter what, I should at least be slowly approaching the truth of that calamity. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, but he quickly came back to his senses. He stepped into his room and slammed the door shut. Chapter 1208. Impossible. This can't be. In the distant city of Baghdad, the Caliph of Arabia gripped the snow-white letter from Chandar, his face pale and his body trembling. An army of 700,000 to 800,000 tensome governors, countless generals, and the 3 titans of Black Radiance and Hewler presiding over it, this was a massive campaign of unprecedented proportions. The Caliph had been hoping for a clean and swift counterattack that would sweep away all the Tang people and Khorasani, but a blizzard had shattered his dreams. Nearly 600,000 soldiers had been buried in the snow, sleeping eternally in the vast region between Khorasan and Chandar, turning that region into a snowy hell. This crushing defeat was like a steel needle stabbing deep into the Caliph's heart. From the moment the idea of conquering the East had been born, the Arabian Empire had lost more than 1 million soldiers, 3 powerful governors, and an important official like the governor of war, Qutayba. In the face of this defeat, even the Caliph couldn't help but pale and find it hard to breathe. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. We still have so many soldiers. We can't lose to the Tang people of the East. The Caliph's body trembled more and more violently, his expression growing more and more agitated. Finally, his eyes turned red as he roared out these final words. Kacha! With a crisp sound, Khalifa clenched his fist, and the armrest made of Zhang-hai steel in his hand was immediately crushed into pieces. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Everyone in the hall hurriedly prostrated in fear and trepidation. Walala! Just when the Caliph was at his most enraged, an Arab messenger with an Arabian hunting falcon perched on his palm hurried into the room. Reporting. Upon seeing the Caliph, the messenger immediately lowered his head and kneeled on the ground. We just received news from the Tang people. The Tang people are accusing us of breaking the agreement and initiating an attack. They demand compensation of 2 billion taels of gold, or else they will attack Arabia in retaliation. Moreover, they will gather up all the soldiers who died last night and hang them on the walls of Khorasan as a public display. Buzz. All the governors and generals in the hall, including the guards, were startled and raised their heads. The face of the Caliph, who was seated above the great hall, turned ashen. Bastard! Finally, the Caliph could no longer hold back his roar and shouted, The Caliph! Wang Chong! We will definitely tear you to pieces. In this foreign land of Arabia, the Abbasid Caliphate was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful sovereign in all of history. For the first time, the proud and conceited Mutasim III called out the names of the Tang people. Marquis, do you really think that the Arabs will agree to our demands and compensate us with 2 billion taels of gold? While the Caliph was on the verge of vomiting blood from Wang Chong's letter, Xue Qianjun was cautiously following behind Wang Chong in Khorasan. When Wang Chong had written 2 billion taels of gold on the letter, Xue Qianjun had felt like his heart was trembling. In this world, 10 million taels of gold was an astronomical sum. The Bureau of Revenue would have to discuss the matter again and again every year, and it would take a very long time before it would be approved. As for Wang Chong, he had asked for 1 billion taels of gold in the first round of negotiations, and now, he was asking for 2 billion taels of gold. Xue Qianjun felt like his brain wasn't working properly. Haha, of course not. Wang Chong continued to flip through the book in his hand, not even turning his head. Xue Qianjun froze, his steps coming to a halt. Mutasim 3 is currently in a fit of anger. It would be strange if he agreed to our demands. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he continued to read. This was an ancient book of the Sassanid dynasty. While one Shuyang and his disciples were avoiding the blizzard, they had spent a single night translating it into the language of the Tang dynasty, so Wang Chong was able to read it very smoothly. Then, my lord, you are, Xue Qianjun was confused. If he knew that Wang Chong wouldn't agree, why would Marquis still write this letter asking for 2 billion taels of gold? Haha, there's almost no one in this world richer than the Arabian imperial household. It's very normal for Caliph to be unwilling to pay in his fit of anger, but in the end we will make him pay. Wang Chong smiled as he finally raised his head from the book. The Tang dynasty was wealthy, but this was the wealth of the entire empire. The wealth was concentrated in the hands of the common people, with the imperial household occupying only a portion of it. Thus, even though the Tang dynasty was wealthy, the Bureau of Revenue still had to fret over how much money the Bureau of Military Personnel would allocate to it. But Arabia was different. The Caliph of Arabia controlled the entire empire, and his words were final. Here, there was no concept of the world serving the public. Moreover, the wealth of Arabia was not reflected in the wealth of the entire country, but in the nobility and the Caliph. Moreover, the wealth accumulated over hundreds of years in the countries bordering Arabia had all been plundered by the armies of the Arabian Empire and offered to the Caliph. One could easily imagine the wealth of the Caliph. It would be strange if Wang Chong wasn't tempted by such a wealthy Caliph. Wang Chong's future plans required the support of enormous wealth, and the Caliph was the best financial backer. Xue Qianjun looked at Wang Chong, half understanding. Thump thump. As Wang Chong and Xue Qianjun were conversing, a knock came from the door. Come in. Wang Chong immediately waved his hand. The door opened, and a soldier of the Anxi Protectorate Army quickly walked in. Lord Protector General, my lord has sent me to invite you to the conference hall. Outside the city, while Wang Chong was going to meet with Gao Xianji in the conference hall at Khorasan, another secret conference was taking place elsewhere. But contrary to what many people imagined, there were no Tang people here, only the Khorasani and other rebel soldiers. Great General, you have also seen the strength of the Tang people. The Arabs are so fierce and valiant that they have conquered so many countries, but they have suffered defeat after defeat at their hands. In just a few short months, they have already lost more than 1 million soldiers. This is simply unbelievable. But I am worried that the Tang dynasty will one day withdraw, and when the Arabs come back, I will be the one to die without a grave. Everything will have been for naught. In the hall, a leader of the rebel army said with a worried expression. The coalition army had won last night, killing at least 500,000 to 600,000 Arab soldiers. This was an unprecedented victory, but at this moment, the rebel army was covered in worry, even panic. The easier victory came, the more one worried that it would be easy to lose. Although the reinforcements had completely routed the Arab assault and succeeded in establishing their own power right under the eyes of the Arabs, no one knew how long this peace and victory would last. In the end, they would once more be enslaved by the Arabs, and none of them could accept this. But didn't General Wang agree to become the commander-in-chief of our coalition army? And besides, the Tang people fought their way here with great difficulty. Why do you think they will retreat? No. The Tang people have been here for some time now, but they still haven't taken over the city lord's residence or control all of Khorasan. Moreover, they've already lost far too many of their elites in the war with the Arabs. The Tang dynasty army stationed in Khorasan doesn't even number 30,000. This is not the attitude of ruling a region at all. One of the rebel leaders in the hall stood up and said, "That's right. If the Tang people really wanted to establish a foothold in Khorasan, they would have sent an army by now. Although Khorasan is very far from the territory of the Tang people, if the Tang people really wanted to stay here, they would definitely have a way to overcome this problem," another rebel leader said. That's right. If the Tang people want to stay here, they definitely have a way to do it." The others in the hall began to chime in. Bahram glanced over and immediately recognized the last speaker as a rebel leader from the northeastern region of Arabia called Sangar. This person had a composed personality and an extremely high prestige in the rebel army. If even he was worried that the Tang people might leave, one could easily imagine the panic in the hearts of the others. Bahram said nothing, but his brow furrowed and his frown deepened. He was also worried, but he would never voice his worries in front of these people. "Great General, you have the closest relationship with that Tang people commander. Can you think of a way to make him stay? You and I both know how vicious and cruel the Arabs are. If the Tang people leave, you and I both know what the consequences will be. Do you really want to see such a tragedy occur? The Arabs have already killed far too many of our people. Even if we die this time, we will not submit to them. No matter what, we have to seize this chance and think of a way to make the Tang people stay." Everyone in the hall began to whisper into Bahram's ear. Other than the Tang people, Bahram had the highest cultivation level in the coalition army, and he also had the closest relationship with the Tang people. This was why they had invited Bahram to this secret meeting. After witnessing the power of the Tang people and witnessing the young commander of the Tang dynasty's courage, decisiveness, wisdom, and schemes in the blizzard, they all valued their alliance with the Tang dynasty even more and hoped that they could stay and form a long-term strategic alliance. Not even Wang Chong could have imagined that the peace he had displayed in the midst of war would make the leaders of the coalition army so uneasy. "But this is not something I can decide. If the Tang people want to leave, what can I do?" Chapter 1209. In truth, I have an idea. At this moment, a hesitant voice came from a corner of the hall, instantly attracting everyone's attention. All the rebel leaders, including Bahram, turned to the speaker. Bahram glanced at the speaker and vaguely recognized him as the leader of a rebel army in the southwest. "The Tang people still don't want to stay because we don't speak the same language. We don't understand each other, so we can't naturally communicate with each other. In this battle, we can only understand each other through Milord. As for the lower-ranking soldiers, there's no communication between them, so we naturally can't understand each other. If we can learn the language of the Tang and have them understand us, the two sides will understand each other a little more, and everything will naturally be different." Under everyone's gazes, the rebel army leader with a scar on his left eyebrow said, "This truly is a good idea, but to do this we need many teachers of the Tang people to teach them the language. Moreover, they will need to traverse mountains and rivers to reach Khorasan. I'm afraid that the Tang people won't agree." Right at this moment, another leader of the revolutionary army spoke. The others in the room also began to hesitate. Only with communication and understanding could the alliance last for a long time. But from Samarkand to Khorasan, as well as the other rebel regions, many language teachers would be needed. Moreover, familiarity with the language would take a long time, and this would be no small expense. The Tang dynasty might not agree. In addition, they also had a vague understanding of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was rich and powerful, with powerful soldiers and horses. In terms of living conditions, Khorasan could not even compare to the Tang dynasty. Those teachers of the Tang people who taught the language might not be willing to come to such a distant place. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall had a worried look on their faces. Leave this matter to me. At this moment Bahram spoke. The problem of teachers is easy to resolve. We can provide them with funding. As long as there is enough compensation, I'm confident that some Tang people will be willing to come here. As long as we can provide the funding, I'm confident that the Tang dynasty won't stop them. But I'm afraid that this matter will require the agreement of the Tang people. Bahram stood up and walked out of the hall under the expectant and uneasy gazes of the crowd. As for whether it would succeed, Bahram had no confidence. After all, this was a battle between the Khorasani, the rebel army, and the Arabs. Putting aside the worries of Bahram and the rebels, Wang Chong had pushed open the door and entered the conference hall, leaving a trail of snow in his wake. Raising his head, Wang Chong immediately saw Gao Xianji sitting at the conference table in the conference hall. Gao Xianji's head was lowered and his brows were furrowed. It seemed that he had encountered a problem that he could not solve. Lord Protector General, you were looking for me? Wang Chong walked into the hall and went straight to the point. Hearing the voice, Gao Xianji's body shook slightly, and he suddenly came back to his senses. Wang Chong, you're here. Have a seat. My lord, what happened? Could it be that even with milord's ability, you can't solve it? Wang Chong sat down beside Gao Xianji and said, Does it have to do with the Arabs? With this defeat, the Arabs won't be able to attack for at least a few months. What's there to worry about? Gao Xianji poured a cup of tea for Wang Chong, but the worry on his brow did not dissipate. You know that I'm not worried about military matters, but matters outside of military matters are not my strong suit. I came to discuss government affairs with you. Government affairs. Wang Chong's brow rose, but he quickly thought of something and smiled. Milord is worried about Talas? Correct. Gao Xianji nodded and got straight to the point. It's easy to attack a city but difficult to defend it. For this battle to reach this point from Talas has already far surpassed our expectations. But you also know that the situation at Talas is complicated, and we're unfamiliar with this place. Moreover, we're severely lacking in manpower. How to manage this place will be a major problem. A deep melancholy appeared in Gao Xianji's eyes as he spoke. This question had been circling around his mind for a very long time, but with a powerful foe at his side, he hadn't had the time to carefully consider it. But now that the Arabs had been defeated, he had no choice but to carefully consider this matter. Then what does milord intend? Wang Chong asked, his expression turning serious. I still haven't thought about the specifics, but there are only two choices. Either we leave or we stay. We've already achieved our goal in this battle. The Arabs have suffered heavy losses and lost countless experts. For a very long time, they won't be able to spare any attention to the east. Moreover, in this battle, we managed to obtain more than 1 billion taels of gold from the Arabs. The entire imperial court has been shaken by the results of this battle. With this gold, we can return to the court in triumph and win the cheers of everyone. At the same time, we can also obtain a generous pension for the soldiers who died in battle. In all my years of campaigning, this is undoubtedly the best result. Gao Xianji sternly said. But milord does not intend to retreat, right? Wang Chong said. Gao Xianji faintly smiled and did not deny it. And if we don't want to retreat, we'll have to bear a very large risk. First, we'll be facing the threat of the Arabs at any time. Just 10,000 soldiers won't be enough. Second, we don't speak the same language as the locals, which will always be a major problem. With the threat of the Arabs, both sides will naturally cooperate with sincerity, but there are too many people and the composition of the coalition army is too complex. If our subordinates get into a conflict due to a misunderstanding or are deliberately provoked by others, our current alliance will immediately collapse. In this situation, not only will we lose Khorasan, we will also find it difficult to escape the calamity. When the Tang dynasty advanced into the western regions, it took them nearly 200 years to gain a firm foothold, but even so, the countries of the western regions often wavered and harbored ulterior motives. And the situation in Khorasan is even more complicated than in the western regions. I don't know how long the Tang dynasty will need to gain a firm foothold here. As Anshi Protector General, Gao Xianzhi understood more than most people. Although last night's battle had utterly crushed the Arab offensive and the entire city was in a state of excitement, Khorasan was privately fraught with worries. Haha, so my lord is worried about how to manage Khorasan? To Gao Xianzhi's surprise, Wang Chong chuckled, none of the worry on Gao Xianzhi's face. Gao Xianzhi raised his head to Wang Chong and gave a slight nod. My lord, be at ease. I have already taken care of everything. Lord Feng will arrive at Khorasan in the next few days. In addition, it won't be long before the great clans of the capital enter Khorasan and set up inns and restaurants, buying and selling silk, tea, porcelain, and mining ores. The trade between the East and the West contains enormous profit. In the past, the Arabs forbade trade, making it very difficult for our people to enter, but as long as we open up our authority here, the great clans will only be the first wave. As long as we have the protection of our army, more and more people will enter Khorasan. Wang Chong faintly smiled, his expression naturally suffused with confidence. As the commander-in-chief of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong not only had to consider the war, but also the aftermath. Wang Chong had long ago made plans and preparations for what Gao Xianzhi had said. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. This sudden sound attracted the attention of the two of them. General Wang, General Gao, are you in? A familiar voice came from the other side of the door. Bahram? Wang Chong and Gao Xianzhi glanced at each other in surprise. Come in. In the end, it was Gao Xianzhi who spoke first. The door opened, and Bahram shook off the snow on his body as he walked into the room. Several rebel leaders followed behind him. Wang Chong and Gao Xianzhi raised their brows in surprise. Bahram had brought rebel leaders to pay a visit. This was not a common occurrence. General, sit. Gao Xianzhi quickly gestured to the seat next to him. Generals, to tell the truth, Bahram actually has a request, Wang Chong said. Bahram walked up to the table, but he did not sit down. Instead, he respectfully bowed to the two commanders of the Tang dynasty. Gao Xianzhi was even more flabbergasted. Only Wang Chong glanced at Bahram and then at the rebel leaders behind him, vaguely guessing at something. General, if you have a request, please speak. We are allies, and we will definitely help if we can. Gao Xianzhi said to Bahram, and Wang Chong nodded. Bahram said nothing, only nodded to the rebel leaders behind him. Lord Generals, the Tang dynasty is our firmest and most respected ally. We hope that the Tang dynasty can remain here for a long time, and at the same time, we hope to have an even deeper relationship with the Tang dynasty. The speaker was a rebel leader from near Samarkand. Samarkand was not very far from the western regions, so he had an advantage in terms of language compared to the other rebel leaders. This was also why Bahram had brought him with him. But aren't we already allies? Gao Xianzhi was flabbergasted, completely confused. This, we hope to further deepen our friendship. Another leader of the rebel army said. We hope to understand the Tang dynasty a little more. Even so, we do not speak the same language, so we hope that Lord Generals can dispatch some teachers from the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains to teach the Tang language. The third rebel leader stammered and finally spoke of the objective in his heart. Chapter 12:10. General, we know that our request is a little rude. Language communication requires a great deal of time, energy, and money, and we also need to use the resources of generals, but in terms of money, we can afford it. At this moment, Bahram also spoke. The Tang dynasty had already lost many people to help the Khorasani and rebels resist the Arab. To make such a request at a time like this was somewhat unreasonable and excessive. But Bahram had to say it. Ha ha ha, great General Bahram, you've misunderstood. Wang Chong finally stood up from his seat and turned to Gao Xianzhi. Lord Protector General, are you still worried about the language? Gao Xianji said nothing, only looked at the confused Bahram and the others with a complicated expression. Wang Chong silently smiled. In this alliance, the Khorasani rebels were far more dependent on the Tang dynasty than the Tang dynasty on the Khorasani rebels. While Gao Xianji was still worried about the language barrier and the alliance's inability to communicate, the Khorasani rebels were far more worried than the Tang dynasty. Great General Bahram, commanders, be at ease. I can give you an answer right now. There's no problem. We will use all kinds of resources to quickly establish Tang language schools in Khorasan and other places. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Ah! All of them had believed that the matter was over, but they were overjoyed at this news. Wonderful! Many thanks, General. Many thanks, General. All of them were in high spirits. The assimilation of the Chinese language, or rather, the Tang language, had gone much faster and smoother than Wang Chong had expected. After witnessing the power of the Tang dynasty, the rebels felt like they were hungry and thirsty. Wang Chong called over Wan Shuyang and had Wan Shuyang and Gao Xianji decide the specifics together. When he walked out of the room, the blizzard in the sky had completely stopped. Looking at the sky that was gradually clearing up, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. For some reason, Wang Chong suddenly thought of Su Yiqin in distant Qixi. I wonder how Qixin is doing? Wang Chong thought to himself. Wang Chong had actually sent letters to Feng Chongqing, the great clans, and Su Yiqin to discuss the political affairs of Khorasan. But for some reason, only Su Yiqin had not replied, even though the supplies had never been cut off. This kind of situation had never happened before, so Wang Chong couldn't help but worry. I hope Qixin is fine. Wang Chong thought for a moment and quickly entered the study. A moment later, a messenger pigeon soared into the sky and quickly disappeared in the northeast direction. In the distant Qixi, in a house in the northwest, the winter plum blossoms were blooming, their fragrance wafting through the air. Behind the plum blossoms, a white-clothed woman with a sickly and pale complexion was leaning against an open window, lightly sniffing the plum blossoms. Young lady, you should close the window. The air is cold, and your body is still weak. You should rest. A maid's voice came from behind her, tinged with concern. It's fine. Su Qixin waved a finger that had become much thinner. I can still endure it. It's rare for me to get some fresh air, so let me take a look. Girl, don't try to persuade her. Your young lady has been locked up in her room for so long. It's rare for her to feel a little better and be willing to open the window for some fresh air. Just let her be. In at most 5 minutes, we'll close the window. The voice of a middle-aged woman came from behind her, tinged with warmth. Come, Lady Su. I've cooked a bowl of ginger soup. Drink it while it's hot. You won't feel so cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes and a cotton dress with thorns on it walked to the window with a bowl of ginger soup in her hands and handed it to Su Qixin beside her. Madam Feng, thank you. Su Yiqin turned her head and took the bowl of ginger soup, a look of gratitude on her face. Madame Feng was naturally the wife of Feng Chongqing's Dr. Feng, the wall of the Empire of Anxi. While Wang Chong and Gao Xianji were fighting on the front lines, Su Yiqin and Feng Chongqing were responsible for all the matters in the rear, including the logistics. Su Yiqin's illness could be concealed from others, but it could not be concealed from the meticulous Feng Chongqing. Upon learning that Su Yiqin was ill, Feng Chongqing had quickly dispatched his wife and several renowned doctors from the western regions to the Qixi Protectorate headquarters to take care of Su Yiqin. It was only thanks to the methods of those renowned doctors and Madame Feng's consideration and care that Su Yiqin managed to survive. Although she still hadn't fully recovered, her entire body was much better. As she watched Su Yiqin finish her bowl of ginger soup, Madame Feng's face finally relaxed. But then she thought of something and said, Lady Su, in truth, there's no need for this. Even now, the young Marquis still hasn't learned of your illness. In truth, as long as you tell him, I'm confident that he'll quickly come to Chishi. That's exactly what I don't want. Su Ichin shook her head, dazedly gazing out the window at the dark red plum blossoms. No matter how many things a girl has to deal with, they can't compare to the important affairs of the country. Wang Chong is fighting on the front lines with Lord Gao. I don't want to distract him because of my matters. But shouldn't you at least write a letter to him? Madame Feng asked, her gaze fixed on the letter in Su Ichin's hand. This was a letter that Wang Chong had sent from Karasan not too long ago. She could sense that Su Ichin liked Wang Chong, but for some reason she had been suppressing herself, not even willing to write a letter. Su Ichin shook her head. Wang Chong recognizes my handwriting. If I write a letter, he'll be able to quickly tell from my handwriting that I've fallen ill. At that time, all my efforts will have been for naught. Madame Feng was dumbfounded. She could no longer speak. She had only known that Su Qi was unwilling to write a letter, but she hadn't expected this. Haa! As she gazed at Su Ichin's pale and determined expression, Madame Feng could only give a long sigh. The three of them were silent in the room. Flap flap. As Su Ichin was staring out the window in a daze, she heard the flapping of wings in the distance. Su Ichin raised her head and saw a white carrier pigeon flying through the sky, quickly descending from the northwest and landing in front of the window. Madame Feng and Xiao Zhu also looked over and immediately saw the golden insignia on the carrier pigeon's right leg. It was a letter from the young Marquis. The two of them recognized it at a glance. After serving at Su Ichin's side for so long, the two of them were extremely familiar with the carrier pigeon that Wang Chong had used to deliver his message. In front of the window, Su Ichin clearly recognized it as well. She lightly held up the carrier pigeon, a faint blush on her face. In the distant Uzan Plateau, the land was covered in white snow. From Karasan to Samarkand, through Anshi, Chishi, and Longxi, the Central Plains was in a frenzy, basking in the joy of victory, but the Uzan Plateau was currently immersed in sorrow and heaviness. The wind and snow had still not completely died down. Strand by strand, they drifted through the air like snapped strings of bead. In the middle of the blizzard, the most revered imperial minister of the Uzan Empire, Dalen Trinling, was wrapped in a snowy fur coat, his face grief-stricken. At his side, countless guards of the royal capital gripped their spears and halberds as they closely followed. Even the supreme ruler of the plateau, the Tsenpo, who rarely left the royal palace, was standing at his side. To the entire Uzan Empire, this was fated to be an extremely important day. It was not because of the extreme cold and the blizzard that had frozen countless cattle and sheep to death, but because of the people lying on brown mats on the icy ground. Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wizang, and Dusong Mangpoj. The empire had just suffered the heaviest loss in its history, losing its most important minister and two generals. Their corpses had finally arrived at the royal capital of the Uzan Empire. Ruozan, why is it like this? Dalen Trinling slowly walked over and kneeled down next to Daluan Ruozan, his face brimming with grief. You privately mobilized the Mutri Great Cavalry, borrowed the soldiers of the Yarlung royal lineage, and contacted Dusong Mangpoj. Did you really think that I didn't know? Without my permission, did you really think that you could have taken these soldiers away? Why were you such a fool? How could the Tsenpo and I blame you? Dalen Trinling's heart trembled as he gazed at that pale face, his eyes tightly shut, his face devoid of blood. He had ruled over this empire for more than a decade, commanded an army at the age of 12, fought against the Tang dynasty, and made a name for himself throughout the world. Dalen Trinling's heart had never been disturbed, but at this moment, great waves were raging in his heart, and he could no longer maintain his usual calm. Imperial Minister, you have to take revenge for the Prime Minister and the General. At this moment, a voice rang out in his ear. Huoba Senji's eyes were scarlet as he clenched his teeth and crawled to Dalen Trinling's side, his face brimming with grief and indignation. The Prime Minister and the General died so miserably. No matter what, we have to make the Tang people pay the price. Slap. Before Huoba Senji could finish speaking, a slap landed on his face, the enormous force causing half his face to swell up. Imperial Minister. Huoba Senji held his swollen cheek, dumbfounded by Dalen Trinling's slap. Bastard! If not for your stubbornness, would the Mutri Great Cavalry have suffered such heavy losses? As the commander of the royal capital, you didn't even ask for my or the Tsenpo's orders before taking your soldiers and leaving. Do you still have any respect for the Tsenpo? Huashu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj are fine, but Daluan Ruozan is only a civil minister. Your defeat is fine, but you can't even bring back a civil minister like Daluan Ruozan. Chapter 12:11. Imperial Minister Huoba Senji knelt on the ground. When he heard this, he lowered his head. Huoba Senji knows that his sins are grave. If the Imperial Minister and the Tsenpo want my life, Huoba Senji will not say a word. But I cannot die. The deaths of Prime Minister and the 2 generals have not been avenged. Huoba Senji is not willing to die, nor can he die. Huoba Senji placed his hands on his knees, his shoulders trembling. Finally, he could no longer hold back his tears. No. These were not tears, but blood. Hearing this, everyone in the surroundings fell silent, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Huoba Senji truly deserved to be killed, but leaving him alive would be an even greater punishment than death. All was quiet as Dalen Trinling stared at Huoba Senji, the killing intent in his eyes finally receding. Huoba Senji, I will leave your lowly life behind for now. Dalen Trinling raised his head and slowly closed his eyes, concealing the killing intent in them. However, an even more powerful baleful aura began to slowly erupt from his body. Wang Chong, the Wang clan and the Tang dynasty, just wait. I will definitely make all of you pay the price, and have all of you feel the pain of our Uzan. The world was still, and Dalen Trinling's voice drifted through the air into the endless distance. Putting aside the activity on the Uzan Plateau, Karasan was currently rejoicing. Chongqing, you've come. At the eastern gate of Karasan, Gao Xianji was elated to see the robed figure of Feng Chongqing. For the first time, the twin jades of the Tang dynasty had met on foreign soil. With Feng Chongqing, Gao Xianji could finally put down the government affairs that had been weighing on his mind and leave them to Feng Chongqing to handle. My lord. Feng Chongqing was also elated to see Gao Xianji. Whether it was the Battle of Talas or the Battle of Karasan, Feng Chongqing had spent his days and nights in Suya, worrying and worrying. Now, he could finally relax. The 2 twin paragons of the empire had reunited, and they had begun to talk about Anshi, Suya, and the Anshi Protectorate Army. After the 2 of them ended their conversation, Feng Chongqing straightened his clothes and walked towards Wang Chong. Lord Feng, we meet again. Before Feng Chongqing could speak, Wang Chong broke the silence with a smile. Lord Protector General, words cannot express my gratitude. Please accept my bow. Feng Chongqing said with a straight face and bowed respectfully. Lord Feng, there's no need to thank me when it comes to national affairs. Wang Chong faintly smiled, but he did not extend a hand to help. But Feng Chongqing was actually unable to continue bowing. An enormous stellar energy was supporting him, making it impossible for him to even bend his waist. Feng Chongqing tried several more times, but his face was red, and in the end, he could only give up. Chongqing, enough. Given Wang Chong's personality, if he's not willing, you won't be able to give this bow. Let's go. Karasan is busy, so let's talk inside. Gao Xianji heartily laughed. Fine. With a bitter expression, Feng Chongqing could only give up. In a certain inner hall of Karasan, guards were standing guard outside. Other than Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing, and Qing Qianli, not even Li Sai was allowed to enter. Lord Feng, this is the strategy for managing Karasan that I have prepared. Please take a look. I'm afraid that you will have to deal with the specifics of Karasan in the future. This is also the primary reason I invited you to come to Karasin. The mood in the room was solemn, and Wang Chong got straight to the point. He took a small letter from his sleeve and handed it over. The management of Karasin was not just related to the success or failure of a single city, but also to the Tang dynasty's suppression of Arabia. Besides that, it was also related to Wang Chong's larger plan. Feng Chongqing did not dare to be negligent when it came to the political affairs of Karasin. With just a glance, Feng Chongqing couldn't help but raise his brow. He sat up straight, his expression unprecedentedly serious, and as he continued to read, he became more and more alarmed. As an important minister of the empire and logistics, Feng Chongqing never did anything that he did not prepare for. It was part of Feng Chongqing's duty to plan for a rainy day and think 3 steps before taking 1 step. Thus, before coming here, Feng Chongqing had carefully considered many things. Through his many years of experience and ability in government affairs, Feng Chongqing believed that he had already thought through the strategy for managing Karasin in great detail. But when he compared himself to Wang Chong, Feng Chongqing finally felt the gap. This was not because he was too weak, but because Wang Chong had a completely different way of thinking. The hall was quiet. After a long time, Feng Chongqing finally put down the letter in his hand and let out a long sigh, recovering from the initial shock. Feng Chongqing's heart was in turmoil as he looked at the young man before him, who was only 17 or 18 years old, a face that was both mature and experienced through the fires of war. Hearing was not as good as seeing, and seeing was far better than hearing one's reputation. Everyone acknowledged Wang Chong's military ability, but Feng Chongqing had never imagined that he would also be so formidable in political affairs and operations. So, Lord Protector General, you have already prepared everything. You will soon form a decree with all the people of Khorasani and the rebel army. Feng Chongqing raised his head to look at Wang Chong. Wang Chong faintly smiled and nodded. Decree? Chongqing, what decree are you talking about? Cheng Qianli couldn't help but ask. Feng Chongqing didn't say anything. He just handed over the letter in his hand. Establish the headquarters of the coalition army in Karasin. The Sassanids and the various rebel armies will serve the Tang dynasty as their master, and the Tang dynasty will support the Sassanid dynasty and the rebel armies in establishing their own power. Moreover, when the coalition army is attacked by the Arabs, the Tang dynasty has the duty to gather all its soldiers to help resist the Arabs, and the coalition army must respond to the call. In return, the coalition army will agree to follow the orders of the Tang dynasty and provide funds for the garrisons of the armies in the coalition army. If any coalition army goes against the Tang dynasty and the coalition army, the Tang dynasty will gather all the coalition army to suppress it. Cheng Qianli frowned as he read the first clause on the letter. Chongqing, isn't this a normal matter for the coalition army? Is there something special about it? The Tang dynasty hoped to borrow the strength of the rebel armies to deal with the Arabs, and the rebel armies hoped to deepen their relationship with the Tang dynasty. This had become a common understanding in Karasin, and even the ordinary soldiers had probably sensed it. Cheng Qianli didn't understand why Feng Chongqing cared so much about this. Feng Chongqing said nothing, only glanced at Wang Chong. Wang Chong smiled, only took a sip of tea from his teacup. Qianli, do you still not understand? This is no ordinary mobilization of the coalition army. With this decree, the Tang dynasty will forever be able to take root in the region west of the Tsong Mountains, from Samarkand to Karasin. Feng Chongqing sighed as he looked at Wang Chong and sincerely praised. On this journey from Suya, I thought of many strategies, piecemeal and intricate, but in the end, none of them could compare to Lord Protector General's simple decree. Feng Chongqing was sincerely convinced. Upon seeing Wang Chong's letter, Feng Chongqing suddenly had a feeling that perhaps there really were geniuses in this world. Their perception and perception were extremely sharp, and with just a few words, they were able to accomplish 1,000 things with little effort, turning a difficult mission into a simple one. Haha, Lord Feng's praise is too much. I just knew that I couldn't hide it from you. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he put down his teacup. It was much easier to speak with smart people. Wang Chong had actually already submitted this decree to Baram, the rebel armies, and Gao Xianji. Many people were like Feng Chongqing, treating this decree as a simple strategy for the allied army. Very few people understood the true intent behind Wang Chong's decree. Chongqing, just what are you talking about? Even Gao Xianji couldn't help but ask as he listened to the silent conversation between Wang Chong and Feng Chongqing. Both of them had confused looks on their faces. They had invited Feng Chongqing over to deal with government affairs, but for some reason, they were talking about military affairs. My lord, do you still not understand? As long as this decree is passed, the Tang dynasty will be the true ruler from Khorasan to Samarkand. Feng Chongqing gave a long sigh as he explained. According to the contents of the agreement, the Tang dynasty will not only receive an endless stream of taxes, it will also be able to mobilize the soldiers of the allied army. Any action that offends or resists the Tang dynasty will be attacked by the soldiers of the allied army. As long as this is established, no one will be able to shake the Tang dynasty's position to the west of the Tsong Mountains. As long as we reach this point, all other government affairs are just trifles. If this is carried out in less than 10 years, the Tang dynasty will be even more stable in Khorasan than it was in the western regions. The room was deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by Feng Chongqing's words. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. From Feng Chongqing's reaction, they could tell that this decree was not simple, but no one had expected Feng Chongqing to view it so highly. It had taken the Tang dynasty 200 years to gain a firm foothold in the western regions, but Feng Chongqing was saying that the Tang dynasty would be able to do the same in 10 years, and that it would be even more stable than in the western regions. This was simply inconceivable. If anyone else had said this, no one would have taken them seriously, but the one saying this was Feng Chongqing, one of the important officials of the Tang dynasty renowned for his wisdom and foresight. 10 years? Chongqing, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? The Tang dynasty had so many capable officials and generals in the western regions, but not one of them managed to do it. Can a single decree do it? Qing Qianli couldn't help but say. It wasn't that he doubted Feng Chongqing, nor was it that he didn't believe in Wang Chong. It was just that 10 years was far too astonishing and difficult to believe. A single decree naturally can't do it, but with the second decree, it's completely different. Lord Protector General, I am truly convinced. You have opened schools in Khorasan and taught the Tang language, not just to increase the understanding between the two armies, right? Chapter 12:12. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mikeir. Lord Feng is truly formidable. Correct, one decree is naturally not enough. Only the final decree can completely alter the situation in Khorasan. In truth, I am more concerned about the promotion of the Tang dynasty's language in Khorasan. This is the true foundation upon which the Tang dynasty can establish a foothold here. This is also what I hope that Lord Feng will vigorously promote once he takes over Khorasan. Not just in Khorasan, but in all the regions surrounding Arabia. I hope to vigorously promote the Tang language, and if possible, I hope to penetrate deep into Arabia. Wang Chong lightly tapped his finger on the table as he spoke in a firm voice. Only Wang Chong himself knew that he placed far greater importance on the dissemination and teaching of the Tang language in Khorasan than anything else. In this world, there was hard power, the military. There was also soft power, culture. And in order to understand a country, language played an extremely important role. Only by spreading the language of the Tang dynasty to Samarkand, Khorasan, and even the Arabian capital, Baghdad, could the culture of the Tang dynasty seep into these places. Only by learning the language could one gain a deeper understanding of the Tang dynasty, and only by gaining a deeper understanding could one develop admiration for the Tang dynasty and ultimately accept the Tang dynasty. This was the true foundation upon which the Tang dynasty could establish a foothold here, but Wang Chong was not prepared to explain too much. "My lord, be at ease. Once I take over, I will make this matter a priority," Feng Chongqing solemnly said. The two of them were in complete agreement on this point. Feng Chongqing had studied the history of the western regions, and he knew that the Tang dynasty had its flaws in the western regions. Although the Tang dynasty had taken root in the western regions for more than 200 years, its policies had been too conciliatory, causing the kingdoms of the western regions to lack unity. All sorts of undercurrents were surging in the shadows, and opportunistic behavior continued to persist despite repeated prohibitions. This was because the seeds had been planted, so no matter how smart the people who came after were, no matter how courageous, ambitious, or crafty they would find it very difficult to change this fact. Feng Chongqing's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew this point like the back of his hand, but he could not say it because it involved the imperial court. But now, for the first time, Feng Chongqing met a soulmate who knew the shortcomings of the Tang dynasty like the back of his hand. In Khorasan, to the west of the Tsong Mountains, the Tang dynasty finally had a chance to make a comeback. Using its powerful military as its backing, it established a firm position as the hegemon and a stable alliance. In the end, it avoided the mistake it had made in the western regions and firmly controlled this region. This also made Feng Chongqing feel a sense of kinship with Wang Chong. 1,000 gold pieces are easy to come by, but a bosom friend is hard to find. The matters of government affairs were always fragmented. Feng Chongqing used his knowledge to explain these matters clearly to everyone. Finally, everyone in the hall came to a sudden realization. When all the discussions were over, Feng Chongqing purposely left Wang Chong at the end. "Master Feng, is there anything else?" Wang Chong asked, a look of surprise on his face. "Haha, an old friend has asked me to deliver something." Feng Chongqing faintly smiled and took out a small wooden box. Under Wang Chong's flabbergasted gaze, Feng Chongqing quickly left the hall. Clap! Wang Chong was perplexed as he opened the wooden box. There was nothing inside, only a familiar jade hairpin. Chi-chin! Wang Chong froze for a moment, a strange emotion stirring in his heart. Wang Chong quickly handed over all the affairs of Khorasan to Feng Chongqing. With this capable official of the Tang dynasty, everything in Khorasan was in order, and even the affairs of the coalition army were in order. But what surprised Wang Chong the most was that Feng Chongqing was fluent in Arabic. Wang Chong had never expected this. Feng Chongqing's explanation for this was to prepare for a rainy day. Although even Gao Xianji had underestimated the Arabs, Feng Chongqing had always felt the threat of Arabia. Moreover, he had begun to learn Arabic very early on, and it had only taken him a short time to master it. But Feng Chongqing's knowledge of Arabic reduced many of his problems, and he was able to communicate with the Khorasani and rebel soldiers without the slightest hindrance. Time slowly passed, and with Feng Chongqing's handling and Wang Chong's plans, all the measures were quickly promulgated. Once the Tang dynasty took over Khorasan, the first thing it did was abolish the numerous taxes of the Arabian Empire. In addition, it announced that all taxes would be waived for the first 3 years, and after 3 years, even if taxes were needed to maintain daily operations, they would be paid less than 30% of what they had been under the Arabian Empire. The announcement of this policy caused an uproar in Khorasan. At the same time, the Tang dynasty's status and influence in the coalition army caused the people of Khorasan to have a favorable impression of the Tang dynasty. Not only that, Feng Chongqing used a portion of the gold he had obtained from the caliph to repair the city and help repair the homes that had been damaged in the fires of war. At the same time, The Tang dynasty had dispatched a large number of soldiers to coordinate with the Khorasani and rebel soldiers to form small groups that patrolled the city to reassure the people. Besides that, Feng Chongqing had made ample preparations before entering Khorasan. Through the scouts he had dispatched, Feng Chongqing had discovered that Khorasan was sorely lacking in handicraft. Even if they were available on the market, they were products of the Tang dynasty and were extremely expensive. Thus, Feng Chongqing had brought 30 caravans, all of them carrying various kinds of handicraft. As wave after wave of handicrafts entered Khorasan, the people of Khorasan immediately developed a favorable impression of the Tang dynasty, a country of the East that they had never even heard of. But after all these policies, there was one policy that attracted very little attention: the schools. Under the leadership of one Xu Yung and the many disciples he had taught in the western regions, and with the military and financial might of the Tang dynasty as their backing, Tang language schools were quickly established throughout Khorasan. The schools primarily accepted children, but of course, adults were also included. According to the rules of the schools, as long as one studied diligently, the schools would not only provide for all 3 meals a day, but they would also receive a large subsidy from the Tang dynasty. These schools had never existed in Khorasan before, and at the start, the people were still skeptical. But with the assistance of Bahram and the rebel leaders, the schools quickly recruited a first batch of more than 800 students. Although it was not a lot, for a new policy, as long as they could set the first footprint on this strange soil, they could start a wildfire in the future and thoroughly spread the Tang language here. And according to Wang Chang's plan, even more schools were being constructed, and everything proceeded in an orderly and vigorous manner. But just when all this was going on, a sudden matter attracted the attention of Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, and all the other higher-ups. "Is this the place?" Wang Chong said as he looked forward. "This is the place." A Khorasani soldier got down on one knee and respectfully said. In the minds of the Khorasani, Wang Chong's status and influence were probably on par with Bahram's, and in some aspects, he even surpassed him. Wang Chong said nothing, quickly turning his head to look at that circular pit with a diameter of 2 meters and an unknown depth. Wang Chong probed it, but even with his psychic energy, he was unable to see just how deep this pitch-black pit was. "Tell me again, just how did this happen?" One of the rebel army leaders spoke up once more. "This blizzard was larger than any in the past, and the snow on the ground was also very thick. When we were shoveling the snow, a man was standing there, but before he could shovel the snow, the ground began to cave in, and he fell down. Our people heard the news and wanted to go down to rescue him, but when they entered, the ground caved in again, and we realized that the pit was much deeper than we had imagined. Several soldiers fell down, but none of them came out. Later on, we put down ropes, but for some reason, not long after we went down, they all fell down. We didn't dare to make a decision on our own, so we reported it." The guard knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Then why did the nearby people say that they heard the howls of devils?" Bahram suddenly interjected. "I don't know. We came quite late. I only heard from the surrounding people that when the hole first appeared, there was black gas coming out, accompanied by golden flames and demon-like howls. But when we got here, we didn't see anything." The guard bowed. Bahram's brow furrowed even deeper at these words. Unlike in the Central Plains, demon gods were not just legends, but existences that the people deeply believed in and revered. In the hearts of the people, devils truly existed. Any place with black energy and the howls of devils was fated to be extraordinary. "Great General, let me go down first. I can also save the others." A voice rang out by his ear. A commander of the Revolutionary Army took 2 steps forward and was about to jump into the pit to investigate. "Wait a moment. This matter isn't urgent." At this moment, Wang Chong waved his hand behind him. "Senior Zhang, I'll leave this matter to you. Take care of this pit and then we'll go in." "Understood." Zhang Shouji nodded. He quickly called over a few disciples and had them set up several blowers for smelting steel to the side. Then, pipes made of dense cloth and steel rings were lowered into the pit. 6 blowers then blew air inwards, dredging the air into the depths of the pit. This kind of pit, which had been sealed for a long time, would be filled with all kinds of unbreathable waste gas and turbid air. Therefore, the guards and generals who rushed over fell into the pit as soon as they entered, without any signs of life. The moment Wang Chong arrived, he knew that he could not recklessly enter this sort of place. Chapter 12-13. It's about time. Around an hour later, while the 6 blowers were still working, Wang Chong leaped into the pit. Behind him, Bahram, Gao Xianji, and the others followed. As expected, not far from the ground, Wang Chong's 10 fingers were thrust into the wall like pincers as he stared at it. Although the pit was pitch black, imperial great generals of Wang Chong's level all possessed the ability to see in the dark. On the walls of the cavern, Wang Chong could clearly see a mural. Unlike the other murals, this mural had been poured out of molten metal, and it was deeply embedded into the wall. Strangely, this molten metal was the same dark red as blood. Wang Chong only needed a few glances to immediately recognize it. This was the result of a large amount of human blood being poured into the molten metal. As a veteran commander of the Azura army, Wang Chong would never make a mistake. The murals were heavily influenced by the Sassanid dynasty, and Wang Chong could only make out the images of demons with horns on their heads and the human corpses behind them. Demon God! In an instant, a strong smell mixed with a strong aura of death assaulted his senses. Unlike what the guard outside had said, the mural in this pit was the true reason Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, and Bahram had appeared here. The Central Plains did not have many legends of demon gods, but here everyone firmly believed that demon gods truly existed. This is an ancient ruin. From the words on the wall, they should be from the era of the Elam dynasty. A familiar voice came from Bahram's side. His hands were thrust into the wall, and just like Wang Chong, he was also examining this bizarre mural. What are the words on the wall? Gao Xianji curiously asked from the other side of the pit, above Wang Chong and Bahram. I don't know. Bahram shook his head, his expression grave. But I can recognize what the murals are trying to convey. This is a forbidden area, and entry is strictly forbidden. Bahram's words caused the pit to fall silent, an indescribable feeling in everyone's hearts. Every empire and every region had their own ancient legends and civilizations. These powerful civilizations had long disappeared in history, but they had left their traces and wreckage in the dust of history. Evidently, the Elam dynasty was one of them. Let's go. Bahram circulated his stellar energy and began to investigate. Behind him, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji glanced at each other before swiftly climbing down the walls. The deeper one went into the pit, the darker it became. Waves of turbid air assaulted one's face, almost suffocating. It was also at this time that everyone understood why Wang Chong used a blower to blow air into the building. No one spoke as they climbed down. After some time, Wang Chong's body loosened, and he swiftly descended into the pit. So high! Wang Chong looked up. From this angle, the hole was only the size of a sesame seed. Wang Chong estimated that the bottom of the pit was at least several hundred meters from the ground. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly looked forward. The bottom of the pit was different from what they had imagined. Not only was it not narrow or cramped, it was actually a massive natural cavern. The cavern was 20 meters high and extremely spacious. The surface of the cavern was uneven and mottled, and a dark green light was seeping out of the cracks. At first glance, Wang Chong noticed an enormous black silhouette within the cavern. It was actually a huge palace. How is this possible? Gao Xianji's voice came from behind Wang Chong. When he saw this well-preserved ancient palace, he was also stunned speechless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, He would have never believed that there were palaces of an ancient dynasty here that had been lost for so long. Unlike the Khorasan that Wang Chong and the others had seen above, these palaces were simple and majestic. The first thing they saw were 12 massive pillars, and unlike those of the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, and Arabia, these palaces were all forged from pure bronze. The dark green light they had seen underground was mostly exuded by these bronze palaces. Impossible! Wang Chong was also examining these palaces. Everything here exuded a completely different style, and the heavy aura of history in the air seemed to pull him back through time and space to the Elam era of the Sassanid dynasty, several thousand years ago. It really is a ruin from the Elam dynasty. The surroundings were filled with praises. The other leaders of the revolutionary army also descended into the pit. Looking at the well-preserved ancient ruins, they were all shocked. Crack! Just as everyone was sizing up the underground palace complex, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing in this underground world. In an instant, everyone looked over and saw a general of the revolutionary army standing in front of a corpse not too far away. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have been shocked by the corpse he had stepped on. It's the fallen rebel soldiers. Wang Chong's brow rose as he quickly recognized this corpse. Besides this corpse, there were 7 or 8 other corpses nearby. From the armor on their bodies, he could tell that these were the people who had fallen earlier. Moreover, some of these corpses were very far from where they had fallen. It seemed like they had discovered these ancient ruins before their deaths and wanted to continue onward to investigate. But their heavy injuries prevented them from doing so. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. A rebel leader was the first to react, stepping over the corpses and walking forward. The dead were gone, but the living still existed. The lives of these lost soldiers could no longer be salvaged. For everyone, the most important thing was to understand these underground ancient ruins. After this rebel leader took the lead and walked forward, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji followed suit. What a strange place! As Wang Chong walked, he carefully observed his surroundings. Everything here gave him a very novel feeling. Personally witnessing an ancient ruin was something that even Wang Chong had never experienced before. As he carefully walked forward, with the help of the weak green light, Wang Chong saw more and more bronze murals on the walls of the underground cave. Every single one of them was different. But what was similar was that almost every single one of them had the image of a demon god. At the same time, it was accompanied by human bones and corpses. The thick stench of blood and death in the murals was so strong that it was suffocating. Wang Chong, don't you think these murals are very strange? A voice rang out. Wang Chong turned his head and saw Gao Xianji stopping in front of a large bronze mural with a frown. What's wrong? Wang Chong was surprised as he walked over. At first glance, these murals seemed to be scenes of demon gods slaughtering humans. But if you look closely, do you realize that almost all the demon gods have their backs to the humans? Gao Xianji said with a slight frown. Oh! Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He followed Gao Xianji's gaze and saw that the demon god on this mural was much taller than the other demon gods. Behind him were also endless bones and corpses. But unlike the other murals, behind the demon god on this mural were a few surviving humans. They were all looking at the demon god's back without any expression on their faces. After hearing Gao Xianji's words, Wang Chong quickly noticed the difference. If the demon god was slaughtering humans, it should be facing the humans. Lord Gao, what do you mean? The humans on these murals may not be killed by the demon god as we imagined. These demon gods are facing a stronger threat. Wang Chong frowned and said thoughtfully. For a moment, both of them were silent. In everyone's imagination, the demon god slaughtering humans was a matter of course. But if the humans on the murals were not killed by the demon god, then... They seemed to have thought of something and their brows furrowed even deeper. Look over here. At that moment, a loud cry rang out. Not far away, a rebel leader stared at a mark on the wall with a shocked look on his face. This is the symbol of the 72 demon god pillars. Buzz. The crowd was stunned by these words and began to gather around the symbol. Bahram was the first to reach the mural, and Wang Chong and Gao Xianji glanced at each other before rushing over. In the crack between one of the murals, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji could clearly see the symbol of a golden goat. But unlike ordinary goats, this golden goat had 3 horns on its head, each of them extremely sharp and pointed straight at the sky. And if one looked carefully, one would also realize that this goat had a pair of golden vertical pupils that gave it an extremely callous appearance. Wang Chong pensively stared at the golden symbol on the wall. To the west of the Tsong Mountains, the 72 demon god pillars were extremely famous. Abu Muslim's martial arts had come from the 72 demon god pillars, and the martial arts that Governor Osman had used to escape his pursuit had also come from the 72 demon god pillars. In this world, the 72 demon god pillars had an extremely long history. Unbelievable! The Elam dynasty and the legend of the 72 demon god pillars don't even exist in the same era. Why would they have a legend of the 72 demon god pillars? A revolutionary army leader stared at the demon god mark on the wall, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 12:14. There are many 72 demon god pillars, but the majority of the legends say that the 72 demon god pillars were sealed in the sea long before the Elam dynasty. Moreover, the legends say that the Elam dynasty was the most pious civilization to the gods and extremely powerful. Later on, for some reason, it vanished in a single night, its entire kingdom destroyed. The Elam dynasty left behind very few ruins, but as long as they are related to power, the majority of them are incredibly powerful. But it is precisely because of this that everyone is confused about the cause of the Elam dynasty's destruction. Bahram walked up to the pair and explained, a familiar voice resounding in their ears. The ancient civilization of the Sassanid dynasty was only understood by the Sassanids and the people of the surrounding regions. Wang Chong and Gao Xianji clearly knew nothing about it. More and more seals of the 72 demon god pillars appeared in the cave, and as Bahram explained, the pair began to understand more and more about the 72 demon god pillars and the Elam dynasty. The group quickly finished exploring the outer edge of the cave. Many of the rebel soldiers turned their attention to the most conspicuous palace complex in the cave. Wang Chong was also preparing to enter the palace complex, but as he turned, his eyes flitted over an unremarkable seal on the wall. Bzzz. Wang Chong's body trembled, his pupils constricting, and he stopped. This is, Wang Chong stared at the faint black seal of an eye on the wall, and deep within the eye's pupil was the symbol of a human with its arms and legs spread out. Unlike the golden seals of the 72 demon god pillars, this symbol was far less conspicuous, and it was also located in the darkness where light could not reach. If one did not look carefully, they would find it very difficult to notice. At first glance, this black eye seal was unremarkable, but when Wang Chong looked a second time, the eye on the wall seemed to come to life. When Wang Chong looked at it, it stared back at Wang Chong. It gave off an extremely cold and bizarre feeling. But this was not the only thing that left Wang Chong stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Chong's eyes were wide open as he stared at the mark in the underground cavern. His mind was instantly filled with great waves. Wang Chong was no stranger to this mark. Wang Chong had seen this mark when the catastrophe broke out. Moreover, Wang Chong had investigated back then and found that this mark was inextricably linked to the catastrophe of that year. The mark on the wall was not exactly the same as the one in Wang Chong's memory, but it was at least 70 to 80% similar. Even if it was not the one in Wang Chong's memory, there was definitely a strong connection. But one was the seal of the Central Plains while the other was the seal of the ancient Elam dynasty in the distant Khorasan, separated by thousands of years. So why did the seal he had seen in the apocalyptic era of the Central Plains appear here? At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Watch out. User has discovered the seal of destiny and has touched the riddle of destiny. The stone of destiny's urgent voice rang out in Wang Chang's mind, and at the same time, the riddle of destiny reward extended from Wang Chang's mind began to rapidly flash. Wang Chong instantly activated the ability of the riddle of destiny. Obtain more information from the riddle of destiny. Request denied. User needs more information in order to unravel the secret of the seal. To his surprise, Wang Chong's request was immediately denied. In a daze, Wang Chong tried again, once, twice, thrice, but the option of the riddle of destiny remained unmoved. After some time, Wang Chong finally gave up, but his mind was still in turmoil. After winning the Battle of Talas, he had managed to find clues in this foreign land that might be connected to the calamity that was to come. Although he didn't know what had happened from the vanished Elam dynasty, there was a high chance that he would be able to find the truth behind the otherworldly invaders. Buzz. In the darkness, an astonishing light flashed through Wang Chong's mind. His mind trembled, and his entire body instantly became extremely focused. He no longer had the mentality of being purely curious and adventurous. The books of the Elam dynasty. There are books of the Elam dynasty here. At this moment, an excited shout came from the palace complex in the distance. Upon hearing this news, Wang Chong's heart thumped, and he immediately leaped out. In a few seconds, he had traversed space and reached the bronze palace complex of the Elam dynasty, where the voice had come from. There were many utensils in this palace complex, all of them bearing the deep imprint of the Elam dynasty era. But none of these objects could compare to an ancient book placed on a bronze sacrificial altar in the center of this palace complex. As Wang Chong hurried over, he could clearly see that this book had a thick bronze cover. The book was already open, but after so many years, the pages within were showing signs of decay and destruction. In many places, only half a page remained. This book has the symbol of the 72 demon god pillars, the seal of Paimon. It's rumored that Paimon would only leave this seal on personal objects that he personally created or possessed. Could this be a notebook personally written by Paimon? At this moment, a voice rang out in Wang Chong's ear as one of the rebel leaders spoke. Impossible. Paimon was one of the 10 demon gods, one of the most powerful of the 72 demon god pillars. He was sealed in the first wave of the invasion and is now floating in the depths of the ocean. How could he have survived until the era of the Elam dynasty? Another leader of the rebel army said. No matter what, these ruins must be inextricably linked to Paimon. It's truly inconceivable. Although the legends say that the 72 demon god pillars are all as cunning as foxes and know all kinds of languages, I've never heard of their handwriting. Could the demon gods also be able to write the human language? The rebel leaders sighed in amazement. These underground ruins of the ancient civilization of the Elam dynasty were like a massive riddle that attracted the attention of all the Khorasani and rebel leaders. Even Bahram was in a daze as he stared at the damaged book on the altar, a pensive look on his face. Do any of you here understand the language of ancient times? Bahram suddenly asked. No. Although there are scholars who have studied ancient civilizations, it's already quite impressive that they can recognize a language from 800 years ago. The Elam civilization is at least 3,000 to 5,000 years old, perhaps even longer. It's simply impossible for anyone to recognize the language on this book, a rebel leader with a curly beard said. A rebel leader with a curly beard said. All of them looked regretfully at the book on the altar. The language in this book was left behind from the closest era of the demon god era. This book was likely to contain the marks and secrets of that glorious demon god era that everyone admired and yearned for. But none of the rebel leaders had been able to uncover this secret. This was truly a pity. Moreover, books were fragile. Although this precious book was placed before them, none of them dared to carelessly touch it, much less open it and carefully examine it. Great General, can I have a try? At this moment, a voice broke the silence. Wang Chong had ascended the platform and was walking over. Wang Chong. Gao Xianji was flabbergasted by these words. He had noticed Wang Chong the moment he entered, but not even Gao Xianji had expected Wang Chong to suddenly make this request. Although the outer cover of the book on the altar was made of bronze, the pages on the inside would shatter at the slightest touch. It had been one of the rebel leaders who had flipped through it that had caused the pages to become damaged. Moreover, whether it was the 72 demon god pillars or the Elam dynasty, they were both internal affairs of the Sassanid dynasty and the rebel armies. It was truly inappropriate for Wang Chong to get involved at a time like this. Wang Chong said nothing, only turned his head and glanced at Gao Xianji, giving him a reassuring look. "Great General, is this possible?" Wang Chong asked. This, Bahram hesitated for a moment, then turned his head to glance at the surrounding rebel leaders and quickly nodded. Yes. If anyone else dared to make such a request in front of them, Bahram or any of the other rebel leaders would assuredly be enraged. This sort of request was far too abrupt, even offensive. But Wang Chong was different. In the coalition army, Wang Chong's prestige was like the noon sun, and as the commander of the coalition army, his prestige even surpassed that of Bahram. At a time like this, probably only Wang Chong's request would not be considered excessive. "Many thanks." Wang Chong quickly walked over and stood on the altar, which was half the height of a man. Without much hesitation, Wang Chong extended a palm and pressed it against the damaged book on the altar. "Stone of Destiny, help me obtain the secret in this book." In a domain that no one else could reach, Wang Chong communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. From the moment he set foot in this place and saw this book, the riddle of destiny in Wang Chong's mind had begun to madly pulse and flash. More importantly, while everyone else was focused on the symbol of the 72 demon god pillars on the bronze cover of the Elam book, only Wang Chong noticed the unremarkable symbol of a black eye. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the wall outside. Translating the Book of Paimon requires 10,000 points of destiny energy. Is user certain? The emotionless voice of the Stone of Destiny resounded in his mind. Chapter 12:15. "I'm sure," Wang Chong immediately said. A moment later, a hazy light erupted from Wang Chong's hand and engulfed the entire book. Beginning translation of ancient characters. Prepare to receive information. Does user wish to spend 100 points of destiny energy to receive the information? The Stone of Destiny asked. Wang Chong nodded. A moment later, the book began to flip through the pages in a gentle light, showing no signs of breaking. The Book of Paimon. For the first time, this ancient book of the Elam dynasty opened its doors to Wang Chong, leading Wang Chong into this vanished ancient civilization. Page after page, more information appeared in Wang Chong's mind as he flipped through the book. After some time, when the last page was turned, the entire Book of Paimon had been translated. Wang Chong opened his eyes and immediately saw Bahram and the other rebel leaders, all of them staring at him in shock. "Wang Chong, you," Bahram looked in shock at Wang Chong, hesitating to speak. It was simply impossible for anyone to decipher the book on the altar, so when Wang Chong had gone over, Bahram had not even considered whether Wang Chong could decipher the secrets of the book, because Wang Chong was simply not a Khorasani. But from the situation just now, it appeared that Wang Chong had managed to decipher the words. Wang Chong nodded, and as he looked at the expectant Bahram and the other rebel leaders, he did not hide anything. This book was written by an Elam state teacher called Muawiyah. It records the entire history of the Elam dynasty from its rise to its fall. But because the book is incomplete, I can only guess at a portion of the truth from the contents of the book. Wang Chong's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The surrounding rebel leaders, including Bahram, all began to pant, their usual composure gone. The Elam dynasty. This was an ancient civilization even more powerful than the Sassanid Empire. They had created many astonishing miracles and enormous projects that excelled the workmanship of nature. What was most praised about the Elamites was that they had broken through the limitations of the earth. Every single one of them could fly in the air like a bird. In addition, they had also created many martial arts and magic tools. However, all of these resplendent reputations had disappeared overnight. As the descendants of Sassanid and ancient Elam, there was no one in the hall who didn't care. As the state preceptor of the Elam dynasty, Muawiyah was deeply trusted by the Elam dynasty's king, and he single-handedly brought about the prosperity of the entire Elam dynasty. He supported 6 kings of Elam, and personally witnessed 4 of them die of old age. Before Wang Chong could finish his sentence, cries of alarm rang out from the underground palace. Although Wang Chong only repeated the meaning, everyone understood the hidden meaning behind Wang Chong's words. How is that possible? If what he said is true, doesn't that mean that he has lived in the Elam dynasty for over 200 years? How could anyone live that long? And according to what he said, the Elam dynasty was only able to reach such a powerful state because of him. But how is that possible? Why has such a powerful figure never left a mark on history? We've never even heard of Muawiyah's name. A leader of the revolutionary army exclaimed in shock. If what Wang Chong said was true, this was bound to shake all the countries west of the Tsong Mountains. Wang Chong swept his gaze across the crowd and did not refute them. Instead, he continued, according to Muawiyah's notes, there has always been a faction controlling the Elam dynasty, and they have tried time and time again to destroy this country. They consider themselves gods, enjoying the worship of everyone, and enslaving all humans. Muawiyah spent his entire life thinking of ways to resist these gods, but in the end, he still failed. And the entire Elam dynasty became the funerary object of this defeat. In the underground cavern, everyone was stunned by this news. The powerful Elam civilization had actually been destroyed by gods? How was that possible? Impossible! Impossible! The Elam dynasty was destroyed by the fiendish demons. Everyone knows this. The murals also show it clearly. This Muawiyah's notebook can't be real. A general of the Revolutionary Army said. The contents of this book completely overturned everything they knew. There must be something missing. These ruins can't lie, nor can the ruins of the Elam dynasty. There must be something we don't know about. Lord Protector General, look again. This Muawiyah definitely has another name. Such an important person can't be unknown. Muawiyah must be just an alias, a rebel leader said. One of the leaders of the rebel army said. The general is right. Muawiyah is only his alias. He has another name, Paimon. This book is also called the Book of Paimon. Wang Chong stared at the rebel leader and enunciated each word clearly. Hua! Wang Chong's final words sent the hall into an uproar. Everyone stared at Wang Chong, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even Bahram had a look of extreme shock on his face. Paimon. It can't be Paimon. Isn't he one of the 72 demon god pillars? How could he be a human, and the state teacher of the Elam dynasty? Everyone was stunned. I don't know what's going on, but there's no doubt that this Muawiyah is Paimon. He even mentioned that he was punished by God, causing his body to deform. In order to prevent this secret from being forgotten, he specially built this underground palace to pass on this secret. Wang Chong sternly said. In the main hall, everyone was immersed in the impact, unable to speak for a long time. Paimon, one of the 72 demon god pillars, was actually the creator of the Elam dynasty's golden age. Demon gods protected humans, sky gods slaughtered humans. Thus, all of this caused everyone's minds to be in chaos, enough for them to ponder for a very, very long time. General Wang, did the Book of Paimon mention anything else? Why did the gods do this? What goal did they want to achieve? Bahram suddenly walked over and asked. There's nothing else. The Book of Paimon is incomplete, and much of its information has been lost. Moreover, based on the information I've obtained, this is the first half of the Book of Paimon, and I don't know where the second half is," Wang Chong said. "What?" Bahram's eyes widened in surprise at this news. This underground ruin had been preserved in an extremely complete manner. If this Muawiyah really was Paimon, he had every chance of writing everything down. If he had divided the handwriting into two parts, it could only mean that this matter was far too important to him. If he had gathered all of it together, the chances of it being lost were far too high, so he had intentionally divided it into two parts. "Ah! I found it!" Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Paimon's ritual tool. It really is Paimon's ritual tool. The words ritual tool caused all the rebel leaders to rush over. The authenticity of the Book of Paimon was secondary. Their goal in entering this underground cave had been to find the relics of the 72 demon god pillars. In the history of Khorasan and Arabia, anything related to the 72 demon god pillars had been extremely powerful. At this moment, only Wang Chong did not rush over. Looking away from the Book of Paimon, Wang Chong quickly walked down. Wang Chong had no interest in Paimon's ritual tool. At his level of cultivation, one's strength was no longer determined by a simple ritual tool or weapon, but by one's comprehension of the laws of the world and their level of cultivation. What truly interested Wang Chong was the description of the gods in the Book of Paimon. That symbol is actually the god of the Book of Paimon. Just what kind of relationship do they have with the otherworldly invaders? A pensive look appeared in Wang Chong's eyes as he slowly walked out, his mind in turmoil. Everyone knew that the entire world had been destroyed by the otherworldly invaders, but the appearance of these otherworldly invaders was still shrouded in many mysteries. In his investigations, he was almost certain of one thing. The mark of the eye in the Book of Paimon had also appeared in the places where the otherworldly invaders had appeared. It had only appeared twice, and after that, there had been no other marks. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air and then vanished, but this only made them even more suspicious. If he could find the secret of these black eyes, he might be able to find the true source of the otherworldly invaders, including where they had come from and why they had done what they had done. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly came back to his senses. Using his arm to push off the wall, he quickly jumped out of the pit. The discovery of the Elam ruins and Paimon's ritual tool had sent shockwaves through Khorasan and the rebel army. At night, as Wang Chong was resting in his room, an unexpected figure knocked on Wang Chong's door. "Bahram." Wang Chong was flabbergasted to see this figure walk in. "General, are you very interested in our Khorasan and those ancient ruins?" Bahram sat down across from Wang Chong and got straight to the point. Wang Chong was flabbergasted, but then he remembered something and smiled. "Great General is talking about what happened in the pit during the day. Because I noticed that General was not interested in Paimon's ritual tool. On the contrary, you were very interested in the Elam dynasty's civilization and the various ancient secrets," Bahram said. As Wang Chong was examining the weapons around him, Bahram was also examining him. No matter what, Wang Chong had displayed an interest that was completely different from others. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Instead, he took up a brush and drew a symbol that was extremely similar to the black eye on the Book of Paimon. "What is this?" Bahram stared in surprise at the strange symbol that Wang Chong had drawn. "It's also something from an ancient ruin, but it's not in Khorasan." Wang Chong grinned and then explained how he had discovered the symbol of the eye. But Wang Chong did not mention the apocalypse, instead saying that he had discovered this symbol in an ancient ruin in the Central Plains. In addition, Wang Chong explained what he had discovered in the Book of Paimon. "So what you're saying is that those gods who destroyed the Elam dynasty, no matter what they are, they did something similar in the Central Plains?" Bahram said, his eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Chong gave a serious nod. "But this isn't impossible. The Tang dynasty and Arabia were separated by tens of thousands of li, but didn't they still get in touch and fight at Talas? The Tang dynasty and the Sassanid dynasty both had powerful civilizations long ago, and it isn't impossible for a faction to appear in both the Elam dynasty and the Central Plains at the same time. To Bahram's surprise, after a few moments of thought, he nodded. General, I do not know what you wish to find in these ruins, but when you mentioned that Paimon disguised himself as Muawiyah as the state teacher of the Elam dynasty, you reminded me of something. I remember that there was a high priest in Hyderabad in Sindh. When the Sassanid dynasty was at its peak, I heard of him as a child. Chapter 12:16. He has existed for an extremely long time, almost a living myth. I once heard that he knows many ancient secrets and truths, including the Elam dynasty. If you are interested in the Book of Paimon and the symbols on it, perhaps you can ask him about them. Bahram fell silent for a few moments, and then his words caused Wang Chang's eyes to brighten. Bahram paused for a moment, and then continued. But just like all the other people who hold secrets and have lived for an extremely long time, that Sin the High Priest is elusive. Many people have heard of him, but very few have actually seen him. Not even the Sindhis of Hyderabad know his exact location. They only hear his voice, but never see him. Moreover, even the emperor of our Sassanid dynasty was unable to meet him. In Khorasan and the surrounding regions, that person is like a god. Out of respect for him, no one has ever tried to encroach on Sindh. If you want to find something, perhaps you can go there and take a look. Bahram's words were like a pebble that set off massive waves in Wang Chang's mind. The war was over and Arabia had lost so many people. No matter how muddle-headed and impulsive Mutasim III was, he would never start another war. In this period of peace, he really might be able to go to Sindhu. Moreover, Sindhu had a large amount of Hyderabad ore. Now that Arabia had been defeated, perhaps he should go to Sindhu and discuss the matter of Arabia's quota. The rules drafted by Wang Chong were quickly passed through the coalition army. According to the rules, anyone who disrespected the Tang dynasty was disrespecting the coalition army. Bahram and the other rebel leaders were even more enthusiastic about this rule than the Tang dynasty. The fact that the Tang dynasty was willing to establish this rule meant that they were willing to take root here. And this was precisely what Bahram and the other rebel leaders hoped to see. At the same time, with Feng Chongqing presiding over the army, his superb ability in logistics and government affairs immediately began to show itself. Through this series of measures, Feng Chongqing had rapidly made the people of Khorasan have a favorable impression of the Tang dynasty. And as long as they could subdue the people of Khorasan, the Tang dynasty would be able to win the loyalty of other people to the Tang dynasty. 10 some days later, with the arrival of the first batch of scions in Khorasan, the Tang dynasty had placed its first nail in Khorasan and everything was on the right track. At this time, after leaving everything to Gao Xianji, his father, and Su Hanshan, Wang Chong led Li Sai, Cui Piaoqi, the King Gonka, Zhang Shouji, and the 1,000 Wushang cavalry out of Khorasan, traveling northwest toward Sin. After 7 or 8 days of travel, they finally entered a new area. This is Sindhu? How barren! Atop a large horse, Xue Qianjun stared in amazement at the scene before him. He knew that Sindhu was very poor and that Sindhu was completely different from other empires, but only when he truly set foot on this land did he realize just how different Sindhu was. What appeared before him was a black world. The distant mountains were tall and straight, covered in jagged rocks that were as sharp as swords. Moreover, they were completely bare, with no vegetation to be seen. As he approached, he could see that the ground was muddy, black rotting mud that exuded a pungent stench. Upon entering this area, all the Wushang cavalry, including Li Sai and the King Gonka, couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. This was a forgotten world, a fallen world. At a glance, it was like they had gone from the world of humans to the world of the god of death. Blackened skeletons could be seen in the muddy mud. Flies flew through the air and maggots burrowed through the mud. It was an unbearable sight. I really don't dare to believe that the true Sindhu would be like this. Li Sai couldn't help but say. There's a saying that goes, you will know what hell is when you see Sindhu. Only when you see its most wretched state will you treasure everything you have and rejoice that you were born in the Central Plains, in the Tang dynasty. At this moment, Zhang Shouji also looked ahead and urged his horse forward. He paused for a moment and glanced at the horrifying corpses in the mud, reminding them, "Don't worry, I won't be able to kill you." In addition, Sindhu is plagued by all kinds of diseases and malaria, and there is a lot of miasma here. This has something to do with how few people invade this place. Everyone, don't get careless. Take the pills you prepared earlier. Gulp. Hearing Zhang Shouji's words, everyone reacted one after another. They took out a few brown pills from the medicine pouches they carried with them and swallowed them with water. After making ample preparations, they set off once more, heading deeper into Sindhu. More and more skeletons appeared on the road, and corpse poison and miasma began to spread in small areas. On the side of the road, quite a few blackened, starving, and emaciated Sindhi were kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy when they saw them. What's going on here? I remember that we gave the Sindhi a large amount of food, and the Sindhi obtained several million taels of gold from the Hyderabad ore. This amount should be enough for them to buy a large amount of food, so why are so many people starving to death? Wang Chong said with a frown. He had given Sindhu 2 massive orders, and the prices had far exceeded the norm, but it seemed like the Sindhu situation had no effect at all. My lord, our guide in Sindhu says that the current situation is actually the best Sindhu has seen in several decades. The number of people starving to death is probably less than 5% of what it was in the past. All of Sindhu is now endlessly grateful to that young marquis of the Tang dynasty. He was willing to be our guide this time entirely because we are Tang people. He wants to ask if we have met that young marquis, and if there is a chance, can we introduce him to him? He wants to personally thank him. Yuan Shusong rode forward and conversed with the short Arab guide before returning to Wang Chong's side and relaying his story without leaving out a single word. Bang! Everyone began to laugh at Wan Shuyang's words, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but smile. This Sindhi guide had been found by Bahram on the outskirts of Khorasan. When he had found him, he had only said that he needed his help with the Tang people, and the information that had been passed down from Khorasan about Wang Chong was that he was the young commander of the Tang dynasty. Very few people knew that Wang Chong had another title, the young marquis, and this Sindhi guide clearly did not know. Tell him that he has already thanked us. Wang Chong smiled. On the other side, the dark-skinned Sindhi was bewildered by Yuan Shusong's words and the laughter of the crowd. He simply couldn't understand what he had said wrong. In the end, it was Wan Shuyang who whispered a few words into his ear, upon which the Sindhi became so excited that he couldn't help but shout in excitement. Now that he knew Wang Chong's identity, the Sindhi guide immediately became much more diligent. Wherever he went, he would excitedly run over and shout at other Sindhi, quickly attracting many Sindhi to kneel on the side of the road and kowtow. Wang Chong also found this somewhat unbearable and ordered his subordinates to distribute some food. After 3 days of traveling across more than half of Sindhu, Wang Chong's group finally arrived at the most famous mountain range in all of Sindhu, the Hyderabad mountain range. This is where the Wuzi steel weapons are made? Good. How steep! The sight of the undulating Hyderabad mountain range made them feel that it was not just tall and majestic, but abnormally steep. This pitch-black and sturdy mountain range was covered in jagged rocks as sharp as swords. It felt as if the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss, their bones crushed and their heart pierced by 10,000 swords. I really can't believe that the Sindhi are mining in such a mountain range. It's difficult to even walk here, much less ride a horse. Li Sai couldn't help but mutter to himself as he gazed at the massive mountain range before him. His eyes were also filled with shock. The first time he saw Hyderabad, it truly lived up to its reputation. Even the Wushang cavalry couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when they saw this mountain range. It gave off a feeling that it would be difficult to cross. Wang Chong said nothing. Seeing all of this from the rear, he had the same thought. But for some reason, the Hyderabad mountain range gave him a unique feeling. But before he could think about it, he heard a loud shout. "They're here! It's Ablanadin and Arloja." Taken aback, Wang Chong raised his head and saw two familiar figures leading a group of black-robed Sindhi monks on the jagged rock. They were swiftly making their way down the Hyderabad mountain. Taking a closer look, the two leading the group were Ablanadin and Arloja, who had a close relationship with Wang Chong. The terrain of the mountain was extremely complicated, and sharp rocks were everywhere. But Ablanadin and Arloja led the group of monks on the sharp rocks and swiftly made their way down the mountain. Marquis. Seeing Wang Chong and Li Sai's group from afar, Ablanadin and Arloja shouted in excitement and hastened their pace. "Ha, masters, long time no see." Wang Chong urged his horse forward to meet the pair. Wang Chong and Arloja had been old friends for a very long time. After more than a year, Ablanadin and Arloja had grown thinner, but they seemed more spirited. On their chests, Wang Chong could see two small mountain emblems. It was apparent that they had been promoted. "Marquis, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. When we heard that you were fighting with the Arabs at Talas, we were extremely worried. But Ablanadin and I both believed that Marquis was blessed by the heavens and would definitely win," Arloja said. Chapter 12:17. Speaking of which, I must thank the two masters for delivering the Hyderabad ores in time, Wang Chong chuckled. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio swiftly ascended the Hyderabad mountain range. The terrain of the mountain was rugged, so Wang Chong left the majority of the Wushang cavalry at the foot of the mountain. Then, he led Li Sai and the other experts to the summit of the Hyderabad mountain range. At the top of the mountain, thick smoke could be seen. Crude houses could be seen everywhere, and tens of thousands of Sindhis were working hard on the mountain. They held all kinds of crude tools and were hammering away at the rocks on the surface of the mountain, bit by bit. Even further away, Wang Chong saw several massive machines. Like behemoths, they were drilling and excavating at the center of the Hyderabad mountain range. This was the first time Wang Chong had come to the Hyderabad mountain range, and he had personally witnessed the excavation process of the world's most precious ores. Everything was shocking. However, when he saw the crude tools used by the miners, Wang Chong indiscernibly frowned, but he didn't say anything. "Marquis, it is rare for you to grace us with your presence. Is there anything that Ablanadin and I can help you with? As long as it is within our means, Marquis, feel free to instruct us." Arloja was dressed in a black monk's robe, and he said respectfully, "Is the high priest here? I wish to discuss the matter regarding the Hyderabad ores with the high priest. There are also some other matters that I wish to consult the high priest on," Wang Chong said. Ablanadin and Arloja glanced at each other and smiled, as though expecting Wang Chong to ask such a question. "Marquis, please follow me. The high priest is already waiting for you." Following behind Ablanadin and Arloja, Wang Chong, Li Sai, and the rest quickly headed into the depths of the Hyderabad mine. In the depths of the Hyderabad mountains, Wang Chong finally met the legendary Sin the High Priest. It was an old, simple temple made of iron and steel. The temple was located at the bottom of a collapsed mine in the middle of the mountain range. It looked very simple. There were no decorations on the iron pillars of the temple. Only the rust told the story of the wind and rain the temple had experienced. "High Priest, I've brought him here." Within the temple, Ablanadin and Arloja stood side by side, bowing respectfully towards a figure above the temple. Wang Chong looked up and saw a black-robed monk sitting on a square chair above the temple like a statue. His eyes were closed and he sat there motionlessly. Even at such a close distance, Wang Chong couldn't sense any signs of life from him. It was as if he was a lifeless husk sitting there. Given Wang Chong's current level of cultivation, this was simply unbelievable. The high priest has already cultivated the secret ascetic art to the highest level. If the high priest is willing, he can even go 3 or 4 years without eating or drinking. As if knowing what Wang Chong was thinking, Ablanadin and Arloja spoke up. What? Before Wang Chong could say anything, Li Sai, the king of Gonka, and the others around him all revealed looks of extreme shock. A person who doesn't eat or drink for 3 to 5 days will be in mortal danger. A martial artist who can last 10 days is already an incredible feat. How could someone go 3 or 4 years without eating or moving? Not even an imperial great general can do this. This is unbelievable. How could a human go so long without eating or drinking? Life had its limits. Just like how humans found it very difficult to escape the pull of the earth, living beings could not go without eating or drinking. 3 or 4 years had far surpassed their imaginations. There's no need to make such a fuss. There are countless secret arts in the world, and Sindhu's ascetic art is completely different from the stellar energy we cultivate. It is a tempering of the will and the body, and during ascetic practice, it can weaken the body's functions to the minimum. Some of the most formidable ascetic masters can be buried alive for 3 or 4 years and then dig them out. All of this is real. Wang Chong suddenly spoke. He had a far greater understanding of Sindhu's secret arts than anyone else. Although the high priest's abilities were astonishing, it was not impossible. I didn't think that the young Marquis would have such an understanding of us Sindhi. At this moment, a voice rang out in his ear. Wang Chong had never heard such a voice before. It was so complex that it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman, old or young. For a moment one would even wonder if they had really heard this voice, or if they had just spoken. High Priest. Unexpectedly, Ablanadin and Arloja, who were at the side, suddenly moved. They bowed down together and remained motionless. In the main hall, everyone's heart skipped a beat and they all looked up at the high priest at the top. The high priestess, who had been sitting there motionlessly like a clay statue, suddenly began to tremble. Kacha, kacha. Under the gazes of countless people, large chunks of dirt fell from the high priestess's face and fell to the ground. At almost the same time, Wang Chong sensed that the statue-like high priest had sprouted like bamboo after the rain, suddenly come to life. An enormous life energy erupted from his body like a hurricane. In the blink of an eye, the high priest's eyelids trembled and flew open. Lord Priest, we finally meet. Wang Chong faintly smiled and gave a curtsy. This was not the first time Wang Chong had interacted with the Sindhi high priest. All transactions related to the Hyderabad or required the high priest's approval. But this was the first time they had truly met. Haha, young Marquis, you've come for the Hyderabad or, right? The high priest chuckled as he slowly stood up from his seat. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Only Wang Chong remained indifferent, as if he had expected all this. The Arabs have already been defeated. More than 1 million soldiers have been killed, and they won't be able to mount a counterattack for a very long time. All the important routes to the east and west are under my control. If you could have said that you were threatened by the Arabs in the past, then now, Lord Priest, there is no need to worry, yes? Wang Chong faintly smiled. The Hyderabad ore was of utmost importance. With each additional Wuzi steel sword, the strength of the Tang dynasty would increase. In this aspect, Wang Chong would haggle over the smallest details and not yield. Wang Chong had come this time to discuss the Arab quota. The high priest smiled faintly, but a shrewd look flashed in his eyes. Young Marquis should know that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. If all the Hyderabad ore is sold to the Tang dynasty, it might not necessarily be a good thing for Sindhu. Li Sai, the king of Gonka, and the others paled at these words. The members of the Tang dynasty at Wang Chong's side were especially taken aback. The Tang dynasty and Sindhu had an excellent partnership. Even when Talas was besieged by the Arabs, the Sindhi had sent the weapons that the Tang dynasty needed as quickly as possible to Chishi, making an enormous contribution to the Tang dynasty's subsequent victories. But no one had expected that the Sindhi would be so unwilling to cooperate now that the war was over. Lord Priest. At this moment, even Ablonadin and Arloja couldn't help but raise their heads in shock. It was clear that not even they had expected this answer. Wang Chong's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand, indicating that Ablonadin and Arloja should calm down. The high priest's words are reasonable. We truly can't put all our eggs in one basket, but if I buy all the eggs, will the high priest still have anything to worry about? Wang Chong said. The young marquis's words are reasonable, but the high priest's brow creased as he fell into deep thought. 1,500 taels. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he suddenly announced a number. Marquis. Ablonadin and Arloja were at first dazed by Wang Chong's words, but they quickly reacted, expressions of extreme shock on their faces. The number Wang Chong had announced was clearly the price of Hyderabad ore. Before the war, Wang Chong had already offered an astronomical price of 1,000 taels of gold. After the victory, no one had expected Wang Chong to be so direct. The price of a June of Hyderabad ore had risen by half, rising to 1,500 taels. When it came to Sindhu, Wang Chong's generosity were enough to make any wealthy merchant pale in comparison, leaving them in the dust. On the other hand, the king of Gonka, Li Sai, and the others remained unmoved, their expressions unchanged. Although they also felt that 1,500 taels was a little too much and could be bought at an even lower price, none of them doubted Wang Chong's decision. No matter how absurd Wang Chong's decision seemed, in the end, Wang Chong would prove that he was correct. The results of the past had proven this point countless times. Wang Chong's expression was calm and composed as he stared at the high priest. To Wang Chong and the Tang dynasty, money was the least important thing. The reparations from the Arabs amounted to 1 billion taels of gold, enough for Wang Chong to do anything he wanted. Moreover, when danger approached, gold and silver would become worthless. What was truly important were strategic resources. For example, the Hyderabad ore that could alter the course of this calamity. No amount of wealth could compare to this. The high priest's brow creased. He seemed very surprised by Wang Chong's generosity, but that was all. The high priest remained unmoved. 1,600 taels. Wang Chong continued. The high priest remained unmoved. 1,700 taels. Wang Chong continued to raise the price. However, the high priestess did not seem to hear anything and remained unmoved. In a flash, Wang Chong seemed to understand something. Faintly smiling, he extended 2 fingers. 200 dan of grain. Chapter 12:18. 500 dan. In addition, I also need your hybrid rice from Jiaoji. The 500 dan of grain was secondary, but the high priest's final words caused Wang Chong to reveal a look of shock. Hybrid rice was Wang Chong's secret project in Jiaoji, and it was also the most important part of Wang Chong's overall plan. Wang Chong had kept this information under tight wraps, and not even some of the important officials of the court knew of it. Wang Chong had never imagined that the Sindhi high priest would know of the existence of hybrid rice. Impossible! Without much thought, Wang Chong immediately rejected the Sindhi high priest's request. Other than the Tang dynasty, hybrid rice will never be allowed to enter any other country. Whether one was selfish or heartless, to Wang Chong, hybrid rice was an untouchable benefit. Before the Tang dynasty could enjoy this benefit, no other country could enjoy it first. Not only that, Sindhu was adjacent to Arabia. Once the hybrid rice entered Sindhu, it would be entering Arabia. The Arabian Empire could even enslave all the Sindhi and have them grow hybrid rice. The moment they discovered this potential profit, the Arabs would do so without hesitation. Wang Chong could not tolerate this sort of act of aiding the enemy. Buzz! Wang Chong's words immediately plunged the hall into a deathly silence. Ablonadon and Arloja also had awkward expressions. Wang Chong was truly extremely kind to Sindhu. At the very least, Sindhu had never received such treatment from the Arabs. The price of a June of Hyderabad or had risen from 300 taels to 1,700 taels. This was all because of Wang Chong. Anyone else would have never done such a thing. In their hearts, Wang Chong was a true friend, but the high priest's actions made it seem like he was using this opportunity to blackmail him, which was rather shameful. Haha, it's fine if you don't agree. To their surprise, the high priest faintly smiled, not bothering about this matter. However, I hope that the young Marquis can provide us with an additional 5 million dan of grain. In the last sentence, the high priestess revealed her true motive. From the beginning to the end, the high priest had never thought of getting the hybrid rice from Wang Chong. Such an important thing involved the entire Tang dynasty. It was impossible to give it to an outsider so easily. From the beginning to the end, the high priest only had one goal, and that was food. Sure, Wang Chong said straightforwardly without the slightest hesitation. From the very start, Wang Chong knew that the high priest's ambition did not lie in this. Instead, it lay in the food that could nourish all of Sindh. From the moment he had crossed from Khorasan to the moment he entered the mines of Hyderabad in Sindhu, Wang Chong had seen far too many starving corpses. The poverty, backwardness, and famine of Sindhu were far worse than what Wang Chong knew. Compared to the rations that Sindhu needed, gold and silver seemed insignificant. However, I can't give you the hybrid rice. However, if the high priest only wishes to help the Sindhis survive, perhaps I can help by bringing a certain number of Sindhis into the territory of the Tang dynasty. Although it's not enough to make us rich and powerful, we definitely won't starve to death. Wang Chong said after a moment of silence. At that moment the high priest was finally moved. Young Marquis, thank you. The Tang dynasty was famous for its affluence. No one knew better than the high priest that if he could get the help of Wang Chong and the Tang dynasty, it would be something that no amount of gold or silver could replace. Just this alone would save countless lives in Sindhu every year. I thank you on behalf of all the Sindhis. Ablonadon, Arloja, I'll leave the matter of the ore to you. Starting from now we will sever our ore business with Karak Spazinu, Abbasid Caliphate, and all the other countries. All the ore will be supplied to the Tang dynasty. In addition, each June of Hyderabad ore won't cost 1,700 taels of gold. Let's do as Marquis said, 1,500 taels of gold per June. Buzz. Hearing the high priest's words, the crowd behind Wang Chong grew excited. Their goal in this trip had been the Hyderabad ore. Now that the Sindh high priest had cut off all supplies and focused on mining for the Tang dynasty, this was much better than they had expected. Many thanks, high priest. A smile appeared on Wang Chong's face. After a pause, Wang Chong suddenly took out a folded piece of paper. In addition, Wang Chong has another matter that he would like to consult the high priest on. The matter of the Hyderabad ore had been resolved, and with the high priest's words, the matter was set in stone. But to Wang Chong, there was another matter that was even more important than the Hyderabad ore. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong unfurled the folded paper and revealed its contents. Buzz! Upon seeing that mysterious black eye on the paper, the composed Sindh high priest suddenly trembled and took several steps back, his face paling. How do you know of this thing? The high priest's eyes were brimming with shock. So the high priest also recognizes this. Wang Chong suddenly stepped forward, his expression turning grave. Bahram was correct. The Sindh high priest truly did know many secrets. You still haven't told me where you learned of this mark. The high priest raised his head and gravely looked at Wang Chong, his face devoid of its previous composure and ease. Without hesitation, Wang Chong immediately explained the matter of the Elam dynasty and the Book of Paimon. So the high priest truly does know some of the Elam dynasty's secrets? Wang Chong asked. You overestimate me. The Sin the high priest bitterly smiled, but he quickly understood. Bahram is correct, but there is one thing. I am not the person who can answer your question. Ah! Wang Chong was dumbfounded. Young Marquis, have you not realized? I'm not a person who has lived for 200 years. The high priest bitterly smiled. Wang Chong's brows began to rise as he felt an indescribable sensation. At this moment, countless thoughts flew through his mind. He seemed to understand something, but he also seemed to understand nothing. The high priest that Bahram spoke of isn't me. There is only one true high priest. In Sindhu, although I am also called the high priest, everyone understands that I am only a substitute high priest. I can't answer your question. I can't even tell him about your request. The high priest said. Everyone in the hall glanced at each other, and Wang Chong's heart chilled. He finally understood why Bahram had felt that something was off when he mentioned the Sin the high priest. As it turned out, the Sin the high priest he knew and the one Bahram spoke of were completely different people. There was actually another high priest in Sindhu, and Wang Chong had never heard of him, whether in his last life or now. The clear situation suddenly became shrouded in fog. If not even the Sin the high priest could contact that person, he was likely to return empty-handed. He had believed that he would be able to find some information about the calamity, but it now appeared that his hopes had all come to naught. Do none of you know his true location? Wang Chong unwillingly said. It's useless. We can't even contact Venerable him. Only he can contact us. Each time, the substitute high priest is chosen by Venerable him, and after that, there has been no news from him. The high priest's ascetic cultivation has probably surpassed all records and our imaginations. Unless Venerable him wants to see you, there's nothing anyone can do, the high priest sternly said. The high priest grimaced at these words, and even Wang Chong raised his eyebrows. If even someone of the high priest's status was unable to find him, didn't that mean that there was no hope for him to find him? But although none of us know where Venerable him is, there is one thing that we can be sure of. He practices ascetic cultivation in the Hyderabad mountains. However, although none of us know where the high priest is, there is one thing that we can be sure of. The place where he practices asceticism must be in the Hyderabad mountain range. If Marquis stays here long enough, he might be summoned by him. It's not impossible. Just as Wang Chong found it hard to conceal the shock in his eyes, the high priest suddenly spoke. Thank you, priestess. Wang Chong bowed slightly. The true Sin the high priest's movements were mysterious and unfathomable. Although Wang Chong was disappointed, he could only accept this. Just as the high priest had said, he could only try his luck. Arloja Ablonidin, it's rare for the young Marquis to come to our Sin. You are old friends with the young Marquis, so help me take good care of them. After chatting for a while in the hall, the high priest suddenly said to Arloja and Ablonov beside him. Yes. Arloja and Ablonidin bowed, knowing that the high priest was about to rest. No matter who the guest was, the high priest rarely received them for long. For him to receive Wang Chong for so long was already unprecedented. Then Wang Chong will take his leave. Wang Chong bowed, turned, and left with Arloja and Ablonidin. But as he turned, his gaze inadvertently passed over the high priest's right eye, and Wang Chong's heart thumped. His lips moved, but he said nothing and quickly walked out. Venerables, the high priest's right eye. Once they were out of the hall, Wang Chong finally couldn't help but ask. Marquis has already noticed. Both of them were slightly shaken. Arloja, who was by their side, even sighed softly and sighed with emotion. The high priest's right eye truly is blind. That eye is fake. The two sighed as they spoke of the past. Oh, how could it be like this? Wang Chong frowned. It's a long story, but it happened 10-some years ago. At the time, a group of people invaded the mine. They were masked and dressed in black, and their attacks were extremely vicious. The high priest did his best to resist, but in the end, he was still blinded in one eye. For the Hyderabad or? Wang Chong said in surprise. I don't know. Chapter 12:19. That matter was very strange. These men in black had never appeared before, and when we investigated the matter, we discovered that the Hyderabad or wasn't damaged at all. Moreover, although quite a few of those people died, when they retreated, they took away all the corpses, leaving not a single one behind. Even now, we still haven't been able to determine their origins. Wang Chong's brow creased, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. He vaguely thought of something, but he couldn't quite grasp it. After leaving the center of the mine, Ablanadin and Arloja brought Wang Chong to a simple house. It was made of black metal, had a muddy floor, and had a blackened bed. The air was suffused with a foul stench. Marquis, the mine is simple and crude, and there isn't much to look at. I'll have to trouble you to stay here for a few nights. Ablanadin and Arloja apologetically said. The environment and conditions of Sindhu were harsh, and the majority of the monks in the mountains practiced ascetic practices. To them, a small house like this was probably an extravagant luxury. It's fine. I'll clean it up myself. Once Ablanadin and Arloja had left, Wang Chong gestured behind him. Clang! There was a clattering of metal as several well-trained and well-coordinated guards knocked open the chests, took out steel plates, and inserted them into the mountain, where they quickly began to piece together. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. In just a short while, a simple and crude house prototype rapidly appeared on the peak of the Hyderabad mountain range. All kinds of parts and screws were quickly connected. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a clean and tidy steel room immediately appeared on the peak of the mountain. After laying a layer of steel on the ground, a quiet and tidy room appeared. Zhang Shouji had made ample preparations before setting off, and he had prepared these special house models for Wang Chong. Although he wouldn't be able to see the true Sindhi high priest, reaching an agreement with the Sindhu and obtaining all the rights to the Hyderabad or was an enormous victory. Wang Chong handed Xue Qianjun and Zhang Shouji over to discuss this matter with Ablanadin and Arloja. In the evening, Zhang Shouji and Xue Qianjun finally returned from the depths of the mine. How is it? An oil lamp was lit in the room. Wang Chong sat in the room and asked. I've already investigated during the day. The Sindhi's efficiency is truly too low. Based on their current situation, their output probably wouldn't change much in 5 to 10 years. If we continue with their current mining method, we might not be able to find what we want even after a very long time. Zhang Shouji sighed. The negotiation was only a part of it. For Zhang Shouji, what he was most concerned about was the equipment. The tools of the Sindhi are simply too primitive. They rely entirely on manpower to excavate. This must be changed. I've already modified the mining tools based on the terrain and the conditions of the Sindhi. I've already drawn up the blueprints and will send them back to Khorasan tomorrow. As long as these tools can be manufactured, the Sindhi's mining efficiency will increase by at least 3 times. Wang Chong nodded. Nothing in the world was impossible to those who set their minds to it. As long as the method was appropriate, the output of Hyderabad ore would definitely increase. This was also the primary reason he had called Zhang Shouji over. How did the negotiations for the Hyderabad ore go? Based on Marquis's intentions, we offered 100 million taels of gold to buy out the mining rights to Hyderabad ore for the next 10 years. This enormous sum should be enough to resolve the Sindhi famine problem. Wang Chong nodded. With the mining rights to the Hyderabad mountains for 10 years, he could devote all his energy to excavating Hyderabad ore and make preparations for that calamity. As for the Sindhi, they would ultimately realize that they had made the correct decision. The profits they would obtain from this transaction would far surpass their expectations. Wang Chong asked many more questions. Once everything was over, Xue Qianjun and Zhang Shouji quickly left, and the Hyderabad mountains fell silent. In the end, the Sindhi miners also went to sleep. Time slowly passed, and for 3 or 4 days, Wang Chong searched the Hyderabad mountains. Wang Chong gradually came to understand the treasures of Sindhu, but the true Sindhi high priest remained elusive. Wang Chong had searched the entire mountain, but he had not found the slightest trace of the high priest. Am I really not fated to see him? Wang Chong stood on a large boulder, gazing at the winding beasts of the Hyderabad mountains. He was rather unwilling to give up. Although he knew that finding the Sindhi high priest would be extremely difficult, how could he be willing to just return home like this? At some point, night had fallen, and a black fog had begun to rise from the mountains. This was a phenomenon unique to the Hyderabad mountains, and it seemed to be related to the ore at the base of the mountains. Wang Chong found it hard to dispel his vexation, so he decided to leap down the massive Hyderabad mountains and head for the base of the mountains. The base of the mountains was quiet, and after some time, Wang Chong felt a strange sensation in his mind. Wang Chong's brow rose as he turned his head to look at the nearby ground. Jiji. That creature seemed to have no intention of concealing itself, excitedly shrieking as it dug its way out of the ground. A centipede monster suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chong, its 2 savage eyes bright as snow. Wang Chong's lips curled into a smile at the sight of this centipede monster. This was Mazel's pet, no, to be more precise, Wang Chong's pet. After Mazel's death, this centipede monster had been following Wang Chong. From Wang Chong's journey from Khorasan to the Hyderabad mountains, this centipede monster had followed him underground. Little thing. Wang Chong smiled, his expression much gentler. Whoosh. Wang Chong suddenly leaped onto the head of the centipede monster. Let's go. Let's go for a stroll. An idea suddenly emerged in Wang Chong's mind, and a moment later, the centipede monster plunged into the ground and began to lead Wang Chong deeper underground. Perhaps because Wang Chong rarely sat on it, the centipede monster was clearly very excited. It squeaked and squeaked as it burrowed through the ground, moving quickly and fiercely. Although the surface of the Hyderabad mountains was extremely tough, the ground beneath them was extremely soft. Perhaps I can use this chance to go underground and take a look. With a thought, Wang Chong suddenly changed directions and had the centipede monster dive into the depths of the Hyderabad mountains. The underground region of this mountain range is very large. The centipede monster that Wang Chong had controlled had only dived for a few dozen meters before it immediately encountered a layer of hard underground rock. The surface of the Hyderabad mountains was already very large, but the part beneath the surface was even larger. Wang Chong kept moving along the edge of the mountains. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, until he was more than 800 meters underground. He still could not see the end of the underground region of the mountains. This made Wang Chong feel like he was diving deep into the sea and exploring the continental shelf. In addition, this depth was already very dangerous. The air here was very thin, and it was almost impossible to breathe. Only Wang Chong was affected, but it was not that serious. This was because Wang Chong had discovered that there was an ancient magic array on the body of the centipede monster, which could seal a part of the air inside. Although there wasn't much air in this area, Wang Chong's cultivation level was enough for him to last a very long time. 800 meters, 900 meters, he was getting farther and farther away from the surface. At this distance, even with the magic array on the centipede monster's body, he would not be able to last very long. Buzz. There was no light here, and his eyes could not see anything. Wang Chong spread out his psychic energy to cover the entire underground region. In a flash, Wang Chong had a complete understanding of the entire underground region. It seems like I really won't be able to find him. In the pitch-black darkness, Wang Chong could only sense the craggy rocks and thick earth. But the true Sin the High Priest was nowhere to be seen. Wang Chong was not randomly strolling around. He was searching for the Sin the High Priest. In the next few days, Wang Chong had pretty much explored the entire Hyderabad mountains of Sindhu, but he had found nothing. All that's left is the underground of the Hyderabad mountains. But Wang Chong was still disappointed. After searching for so long, he had still come up empty-handed. It seemed like he would have to let the high priest slip by. Buzz. Just when Wang Chong was prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed something strange. What's that? With a jolt, Wang Chong turned his head to look in another direction. More than 1,000 meters below the surface, Wang Chong suddenly sensed the ripples of a tide of energy. This energy was extremely far from Wang Chong, but from the ripples it produced, he could tell that it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Just the tiniest bit of it was already terrifying. What's going on here? With a thought, Wang Chong began to head in the direction of the ripples of energy. 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters. In just a few moments, Wang Chong sensed that the ripples of energy were increasing exponentially. And when Wang Chong was more than 1,500 meters below the surface, this energy so vast that it could cause the entire world to pale in shock suddenly appeared in his perception. Even an imperial great general seemed insignificant in the face of this enormous energy. All of this energy came from the depths of the earth, thousands of meters away. Chapter 12:20. What a powerful energy! To think that the Hyderabad mountains would be hiding such a terrifying energy! This is simply inconceivable. Wang Chong was stunned by the ripples of energy coming from the ground. These spatial ripples made him think back to when Qutayba had cut open space with his sword. He sensed that this energy was connected to another mysterious spacetime, and the energy he felt before him was probably only a tiny portion of the energy that leaked out from that world. At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, many thoughts flitting through it. Wang Chong suddenly recalled some distant memories. When that calamity erupted, if he remembered correctly, the otherworldly invaders had crossed over from 3 different places. One of them, Wang Chong clearly remembered, was near Sindhu and not far from the Hyderabad mountains. But it had been too long, and Wang Chong had never been to Sindhu before, so there were many things that he could not confirm, making it impossible for him to deduce. If that legend was true, could it be that the spatial door was not somewhere else, but in the Hyderabad mountains? But why would this energy appear beneath the Hyderabad mountains, and what connection did it have with the otherworldly invaders? Wang Chong stood motionless in a daze. After some time, Wang Chong suddenly had the centipede monster fly toward a place where the energy was concentrated. Wang Chong could sense that this energy was the closest to him. Stop! Without any warning, an elderly and deep voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind, imbued with extreme solemnity and warning. Wang Chong was greatly surprised by this voice. Who is it? This place was more than 1,500 meters below the surface, and the surroundings were pitch black and devoid of air. It was simply impossible for anyone to reach this place. Hurry and stop. Young man, that's not a place you should touch. The voice continued, sounding extremely solemn. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong sent out a vast wave of psychic energy that spread to every corner of his surroundings. But even with his supreme psychic energy abilities, Wang Chong had not discovered anything. This was simply unbelievable. High Priest! Wang Chong blurted out. No one could surpass Wang Chong in the field of psychic energy, and now, this person had projected himself into his mind without Wang Chong noticing. In all of Sindhu, Wang Chong could only think of one high priest. Other than him, there was no one else who could do this. When the words high priest left his mouth, there was a moment of silence in the underground world. But very quickly the voice sounded again. Young man, hurry and leave that place. That place is not for anyone to touch. After a few moments of thought, Wang Chong glanced in the direction of that tide of energy and immediately began to ascend. Although this person had never stated his identity, Wang Chong's previous silence was enough to tell the truth. High Priest, this junior is the young Marquis of the Tang Dynasty, Wang Chong. I request an audience. Several dozen zhang from the bottom of the Hyderabad mountain range, Wang Chong suddenly stopped. Using his mind energy, a thought swept out in all directions like a wave, attempting to send the news out in this way. Although he had failed to find the High Priest's true body, Wang Chong had not come up empty-handed. After analyzing the situation, Wang Chong had a rough idea of where the High Priest was, but he still had not been able to pinpoint his exact location. Wang Chong stood motionless as he waited for the High Priest's answer. His surroundings were quiet, and all was darkness. Everything was unknown in this underground region. Wang Chong quietly stood there, awaiting the High Priest's answer. There were no ripples in the surroundings. The entire world seemed to have stopped. It seemed like only a moment, but also like countless moments. Finally, Wang Chong heard a long sigh. Ha! The voice from before spoke once more. This long sigh was suffused with boundless meaning. Wang Chong had never sensed such complex emotions from a person's sigh. At this moment, Wang Chong felt like he was looking at a person's entire life. Come. I know you've been looking for me. The voice disappeared immediately after it finished speaking. However, in just a moment, a faint candlelight suddenly appeared in Wang Chong's senses. The faint aura was not very strong, but it gave off a feeling that no matter how far away it was, this aura would not be weakened at all. Finally found it. Wang Chong was overjoyed. He immediately controlled the centipede monster and headed towards the faint aura. There's a crack in the rock to your right. Come in from there. Just a few zhang away from the bottom of the Hyderabad mountain range, the High Priest's voice sounded again. Wang Chong looked carefully and indeed found a crack that was as wide as a person. Wang Chong took a deep breath and left the centipede monster's body. He quickly entered the crack in the rock. The crack looked narrow from the outside, but once he entered, it became much wider. It's a natural underground passageway, Wang Chong thought to himself. Like a leopard, he swiftly moved about in the cave. The walls of the cave were winding, but it was very wide. Wang Chong followed it and quickly climbed up. About 10 minutes later, Wang Chong had climbed 700 to 800 meters. Even Wang Chong was secretly surprised by the length and depth of the crack. Just as Wang Chong was wondering how deep the crack was, the High Priest's voice suddenly sounded again. We're here. Come in. Wang Chong raised his head and finally saw a huge metal door in front of him. There was a luminous pearl embedded in the top of the metal door, emitting a faint light. Wang Chong was about to push the door open and enter when he suddenly saw a strange scratch on the metal door. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately stopped. These are words. Using the dim light of the luminous pearl above the metal door, Wang Chong carefully examined it and discovered that the words were different from any of the modern languages. These words looked extremely ancient. Congratulations, host! You have discovered ancient Harappa words from over 3,000 years ago. Host is rewarded with 100 points of destiny energy. At this moment, the Stone of Destiny's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Ancient Harappa? Hearing the voice in his mind, Wang Chong's body trembled, his heart filled with shock. He had never thought that this seemingly unremarkable iron door would be engraved with such ancient characters. Stone of Destiny, attempt to use the riddle of destiny to translate the words on the metal door. Wang Chong's heart thumped, and he immediately spoke without hesitation. Request denied. Host's level is not high enough, and there is not enough information. Unable to translate. At almost the same time, the Stone of Destiny's voice rang out in his mind. Still not enough? Wang Chong sighed inwardly and could only give up. Bang! A moment later, Wang Chong pushed open the metal door and stepped inside. Wang Chong had imagined all sorts of scenarios in which he would meet with the Sin the High Priest, and he had also imagined what sort of scene lay behind this metal door. But he had never imagined that this would be a dead end. Behind the metal door was the same pitch-black and filthy cave wall, its surface uneven and craggy. Other than Wang Chong, there was nothing else in the room. There weren't even any furniture or chairs. It seemed like a trap. High Priest? Wang Chong probed. But all was quiet, and the High Priest's voice came to a sudden halt. Wang Chong called out several times and immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he had left the body of the centipede monster, he had taken in a full breath of air, but climbing up and opening his mouth several times had consumed most of the air in his lungs. Without enough air, not even an imperial great general like Wang Chong could survive 700 or 800 meters underground for long. Wang Chong's breathing slowly became ragged, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. Just when Wang Chong felt that something was wrong and was about to give up and turn to leave, a voice rang out in his ear. Endure a little longer. Wang Chong was still in a daze, not understanding what the Sin the High Priest was saying. In the next moment, the mountain rocks and powder above their heads rustled, and countless pieces of gravel and dust fell down. At this moment, the mountain began to tremble. Oh! A gust of air blew in from right above Wang Chong's head. Sensing this fresh air, Wang Chong immediately took in a deep breath, his mind reeling in shock. He was currently extremely deep into the ground. If not for the centipede monster, not even an imperial great general would have been able to get here. Yet the Sin the High Priest had been able to instantly guide the air through the cracks in the mountain. This was a terrifying ability. Many thanks. No matter how slow Wang Chong was, he could tell that this was the High Priest's doing. If the High Priest wanted him dead, there was no need to go through so much trouble. You shouldn't have come here. The cave was empty, but the High Priest's voice rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Is the High Priest referring to the energy underground or the matter I asked the substitute High Priest about? Wang Chong calmly said. This place was covered in the tough rocks of Hyderabad. If the High Priest was unwilling, he would find it very difficult to force him out. You shouldn't have come to either. The Sin the High Priest sighed, his voice ancient. You've read the Book of Paimon, so you should know that the more you know, the more dangerous it is for you. Wang Chong's face was calm, but his eyebrows rose. Just as he had guessed, nothing could escape the High Priest's eyes, even though he was deep underground. There are some things that cannot be escaped. The sun will rise and the moon will set. This is inescapable. Rather than blindly running away, it was better to take the initiative to find out the truth. At the very least, he wouldn't panic when disaster approached.